I'll go for it. Okay. So we start out in Everson. Oh yeah, we start out in that room after fighting Hassan and Gertie, and then Everson and Magnus pop in, and we're like, oh. And then Everson tries to convince Magnus that all's settled and there's nothing to worry about, and they have some like passive aggressive beef going on. Um, tacos. And then we go with Everson to discreetly move Hassan and Gertold. Uh, also Magnus like hand waves a little magic note in uh what's fucking face Rykard's pocket. And then kind of like gives him like a cheeky little look. So there's that too. So we go with Everson. He TPs us to a magic prison. There's 2 armed guards. There's some kind of glowing white orb. There's a magic password protected. There's a bunch of magic password protected cells. Boone notes the password that he uses though, and I wrote it down here, Dominictus. So we have that. And then Everson says that we can interrogate Hassan and Gertie, or he implies torture, but suggests that Beacon and Alex handle it as it's their contract, rather than him. And so they're like, okay, bet. And then Everson also is very practiced at all of this. Worth it to note, there's about 20 cells, about 7 of them are full. All of the prisoners are in white matching clothing. Most of the prisoners seem a bit recalcitrant, but there's one human with green hair that's staring at us like super eerily. And then all of the cells have a different symbol above them. And there's a 2-way sound barrier on each cell, including a magic barrier. And each cell is isolated with soft music playing inside, which sounds uniquely torturous. Also, the green-haired human's been there for 180 days, apparently. So Rowan goes to examine Gertie, and there's some kind of like inky black arcane influence on her, and he senses that there is a magic sigil hiding beneath her clothes of either necromancy and or abjuration. He then takes a sample of her hair because he's a fucking weirdo. And then as we leave, a guard leads us up a long, winding stairwell because we're like, we'll handle this tomorrow. There's a distant rumble of running water beyond this space, just to kind of denote where we are physically. We go 6 flights of stairs with branching hallways, and then emerge in a planted garden with a large statue of Miss Vera, and we exit through a barred door. And then the guard places a hand on one of the bricks in this weird space that seems to be kind of like a central traveling point. And he goes, memento, because we wanted to go to the memento. So we walk through the doorway, and then we're at the memento. And then noticeably there's no like entrance or exit behind us. We just like walk through, and then we're in the memento. And we go get to also the cook by dying, because Rykard's like, yo, where's my guy? And apparently he had a quest up on the board forever and no one was doing it, so he was like, I'll do it myself to go get these ingredients, and his fighting prowess is not usually noted, so who knows. Anyway, we examine Alex's cursed amulet. It is one solid jagged piece of black gem. It reminds Beacon of the gems brought back from Bascoliat, where the light does not interact with them like the gems. And then Alex describes the world it pulled him into and shows us an illusion of the skyline, and we're all like, never been there. And then, oh, I wrote Rowan here, I meant Rykard. Rykard is like, oh, I have this little parchment thing, and then he doesn't tell us that it's from Magnus, he just has it. Let me fix this. Rykard. Yeah. It's seemingly empty until held over fire, and it says in common. This isn't verbatim because I forgot to write this down and just kind of remembered what it was later. It said something along the lines of, there's another secret beyond this, find it, blah blah blah. And also we learned that the BBC Sherlock guy who investigated our room is named Kuvolta Gur, and he is a famed detective called back by Captain Nils from the Free Irons. We were told that by Lucan. And Rykard also learns about the cook from Lucan, blah blah blah. And then Boone notices Illyria and Griffo are sitting like right next to us and are very attentively listening in, despite someone making a check earlier that there weren't people doing precisely that. Crazy. Illyria goes and walks out of the memento, follows her, and they make out slot style passionately on the floor. Rowan analyzes the magic affecting Alex and states that he does see something, but we should talk about it, not here. Present company included. So we go to a private onsen like elsewhere in Brave Hollow. Rowan says that touching the amulet is what gave Alex the curse, and Alex has a lighter version of said curse that's not as developed as Gertie's, but it's centered on that bruised spot on his back. And then we discuss our interrogation tactics for tomorrow, and we definitely decide on the pair of anguish. Then we return to our dorm. Boone walks in to find Hivernal actually there, fiddling with some disassembled metal contraption doodad. And she talks about solving puzzles. All of the pieces have a purpose and use, and she needs to like assess how to fit them in their like proper place. Uh-huh. Seems like this puzzle, quote unquote puzzle, has been on her mind for a while. And she leaves to clear her head after suggesting maybe Boone takes a look at it to help. Boone is fucking stupid and can't, but surmises that it's supposed to look like elliptical, this weird contraption thing. But it is notable that that Hivernal's side of the room looks completely unlived in and lacks any kind of personal effects other than a small and metal compact case. Uh, Beacon and Alex spoon all night, and Rykard and Rowan discuss how Rykard is gay and how to effectively come out of the closet to the party as a whole, and then we have a long rest. That's all. Comments, questions, concerns?
Sounds good to me.
All right, was there any other details that anyone would like to add?
No, I don't believe so. I think Madison did a good job.
Well, I remembered.
So, as you all wake now on the 57th of Mero or the 27th of Primus Heart, within your lodgings, the day as it begins to break feels cold. Most of you find a warm yet somewhat tenuous rest. Exhaustion is set over all of you just from the sort of ordeal of the day before. Many things were revealed to you, many mysteries unraveled. And indeed, you've had your fair share of encounters in the last day or so, leaving all of you exhausted, not only to the bone, but most of you find that your dreams are nebulous and beyond reckoning as you wake. With the exception of Alex. Alex, can you go ahead and roll an intelligence saving throw for me, please?
I sure can. Intelligence is my best stat. Famously, infamously. Oh, wait, what is D&D Beyond? No virtual tabletop found? What? Okay, I rolled a 14, but let me see if I can get this.
Oh wait, I'm having the same issue. I just tried to roll something as well.
Yeah.
Wait.
Anyway, I got a 14.
Wait, why are you guys able to roll?
Yeah, why are you guys able to roll?
Can you like refresh your page? Touch
Let me
the
try again.
one of the features tab. I don't know. Worked for us.
Refreshing everything.
Okay, I need to examine that.
All right. So, is it a 14, Sam?
Yeah, it was a 14.
Okay. Alex, in your dreams, you see very little. You feel as though you are standing in a black space. There is no light to be found anywhere, except a soft glow that you yourself, somewhat disembodied and yet still corporeal in your dreams, are emanating. Underfoot, lapping at your heels, you feel this glacially cold liquid. It'd be hard to determine whether or not it's water, based on the strange, almost brackish smell of it. Distantly, on a far off horizon, that again is not illuminated and yet still stands out as a distant shadow. You see looming spires like jagged bones sticking out of the ground, a rib cage of something distant jutting out of the earth, perhaps out of the very liquid that you step in. You feel your feet dragging through water, this thick, almost molassesy feel underfoot as you attempt to continue to take steps forward. You feel something at your back. Hold, tension. You hear voices whispering just behind your head, like cold breath right on the shell of your ear. Yet, you cannot tell what is being said, nor can you turn to look and see the source. You feel weariness, heaviness not only in your body but in your soul, as though you've been marching through this strange cesspool for countless hours, countless time, beyond reckoning or any sort of way to measure. You feel nothing except the cold. Go ahead and roll another intelligence save for me, please.
No one can see that. That was a nat one for 3.
You feel a sudden blossom of warmth under the skin of your back. And for a moment, there's relief before it turns to a searing, scorching feeling, like a concentrated laser of heat blasting outward from within your flesh. It seems as though it pushes off of your spine and in 5 sort of prongs or like fingers pushes outward against the skin of your back. You feel your head and neck arch backward as a cry of pain crosses over you, and you find yourself jolting awake in bed, covered in an ice cold sweat, the early hours in the morning. No one else has awoken, but in your deep sleep, Beacon, you still hear the cry of Alex at your side, waking you quickly.
Okay, Beacon hears Alex cry out, and he immediately jumps out of bed and runs to Alex's side. Says, Alex, are you okay? What happened?
Um, Beacon, as you approach Alex, you'll notice, and maybe you'll notice some other things too. I don't know what happened, but I think you'll definitely notice that there are like gashes like along his skin,
Oh,
um,
jeez.
like where he's been like scratching, like in his sleep. Um, and yeah, you know you would know by now that that's like pretty unusual. Alex doesn't usually like move very much like in his sleep. Uh, but yeah, I guess Alex will just kind of like jolt up and just kind of look around. Do I still feel that pain?
As you sort of blink and look around, coming back into yourself, the pain itself, that hot burning pain is gone, and you're left just feeling like a hollow, cold feeling throughout your whole body.
Is it the same type of cold as yesterday?
Yes, but it feels deeper than before. An unshakable cold.
No, it is okay.
And you were crying out in your sleep and you have all these scratches.
Uh, it- um, yeah, it was just a dream.
Fian looks a little skeptical about that.
Uh, I don't know what else it could have been. Um,
It might have been related to the curse. I've never seen you.
almost. I, I imagine so. Yes. Is there anything? And he'll kind of like turn, like a little bit, and like kind of like put his back towards you, Beacon. Like, is there anything still on there?
Oh yeah, I can check. Yeah, if I look over, see Alex's back, has the bruise gotten worse, or has there been any change with it?
As you take a look over sort of his spine area, where usually you sort of see the almost like slightly sun-kissed, tanned skin, freckly complexion, um, you see what looks like a deep purple and like um, almost varicose veined um, handprint. It looks to be quite large, and it seems to be coming out from like the middle of his, like between his two shoulder blades, almost as though something had pressed not on the outside of his back, but from under the skin outward. Um,
Oh.
you can see that there's like points near where you would expect like fingertips to be, where there seems to be like deep, almost um, almost claw-like points coming off. Um, you can see that beyond that, there's almost these like deep, veiny looking sort of blackish, almost tendrils that are very faint and thin that seem to be sort of resting or blossoming off of that injury. You can also see a few other things. Go ahead and roll a medicine check for me, please, Beacon.
Sure. Is that hello? Hold on. There we go. Hey, 16.
Taking a look over him, you can see that he generally looks a lot paler than usual, and where he sort of typically has like almost like a natural glow about him. The light that comes off of him seems a little bit dulled, and you can sort of see that under his eyes, the sort of under eye bags look like they're getting a little bit um, like sunken, and he looks a little sallow, like he looks a little gaunt.
Hmm. Okay, well, we can, well, observe all of this. This certainly gotten worse than this evening. You're looking worse too. You look pale and like you've been sick for days.
Alex will just kind of like rub the back of his neck a little bit. I feel like I've been sick for days. Nothing new from yesterday, but just that same cold sensation.
Hmm.
Just a little bit deeper.
It
But
looks,
it
it looks like someone. The best way I could describe it is someone is trying to claw out of your fine.
That is almost what it felt like in the dream. There was a lot of pain, but I do not feel it there anymore.
Uh, What time approximately would you say it is, Harry?
Uh, Go ahead and roll a survival check.
Sure. Where is survival? There it is. Ugh. 12.
You'd guess that it's early morning. The sun likely hasn't risen yet. You would assume probably around 4 or so, maybe 5 a.m.
Hmm. Okay. I think maybe we should wake up Rowan now and see if he can remove this curse. I mean, it seems like it's already progressed so much, and it's not even been 24 hours yet.
You know, I was actually thinking about that a little bit. Um, and not that I obviously want this gone. I want to be very clear about that. But
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe if we kept it for a little bit longer, at least while we were doing the interrogation, perhaps it could help us. Like when talking to Gertold, if she sees that we have like something of the same curse.
Uh, I I don't think that's a good idea. We don't know what this curse is, and it's clearly affecting you heavily. I don't think we should risk you having it longer than we need to. It seems very risky.
You see that Alex kind of considers that. To take in like what you're saying, Beacon, and then just nods. But perhaps we should still continue to let them sleep. I don't know how long it's been, but do you think they would have been able to recover by now?
Maybe. Let's Yes, let's let them rest. I think I am just a bit antsy. I'm very worried, admittedly. We can let them rest for a few more hours. Should be okay.
Please don't be worried on my account. Like I said, I feel fine-ish. Like I don't feel as though like I'm about to collapse or anything like that. It is fine for now, and then hopefully in a couple of hours, then it will be completely gone, removed.
Right, yes.
But in the meantime, perhaps we should discuss what we would like to do today in regards to how we would like to talk to Hazan and Gertold.
Yes, I agree. That should keep both of our minds off of her situation.
Yeah, and you see that he's like already like pulling like some stuff out, like some notes, like very much already kind of getting absorbed into this.
Mhm. Yeah, Beacon won't join you, but he is keeping an eye on your general physical condition.
Um, Harry, as we're kind of doing this, I'm not sure like where we're keeping the shard. Probably like not super close by, but still like in the room. Has anything like changed about it at all, or does it still like look just kind of the same as before?
Are you taking it out to look at it?
Yeah, like I won't use my hands or anything, but I'll use like that minor telekinesis to kind of just peel back whatever the cloth is, not necessarily get super close to it.
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check as you look over it.
Okay. Again, I'm gonna need to change my browser eventually when I get a second, but for now we'll just roll in here. 24.
Taking a look over it, it's sort of like blackened, light-absorbing surface. You look very deeply and stare into it, where it's sort of, through your telekinesis, has been lifted out of the cloth. You rotate it around and stare into it. And as you look into it, you think you see a glint within, a light that you fairly certain wasn't there before. Or perhaps it's catching light and less all absorbing and all consuming than it was before.
If I move it around telekinetically, do I like see like that light change or anything? Like, does it seem to be from something in the room?
The light does seem to shift. It's catching some of the candlelight and other pieces of light and illumination from the room itself. But it looks a little to you like moonlight, very faintly.
Okay, I'll kind of move it a little bit to hold it a bit closer to the window.
It's only the faintest bit, and the closer you try to examine it, the less you seem to see of it.
Hmm.
What? Do you see anything?
It's just that, do you notice like how it is absorbing some of the light in a bit more of a, I guess more of like a focus way?
Do I notice that, or does it still look like a
Roll an
weird
Arcana check,
light?
Beacon.
Sure. Arcana 5.
No, you don't notice it at all.
I don't notice anything different or strange.
No, like you see, like it's kind of it seems to be like catching on moonlight. So you might have been right earlier when you were mentioning yesterday that it might have been like from Bascoliath or something like that.
And he tries to like see it. I'm just not really noticing anything right now. You're probably right. I'm not really seeing it.
Well, hopefully we can get a better idea of what is causing this when everyone wakes up.
Yes, I hope so.
And you see again that he kind of just goes kind of right back into the plans for the day and how we kind of just like to tackle whatever's going on with Hazan and Gertold.
For the course of several hours of pondering and discussion held within your specific room, eventually the rest of you come to wake with memories of dreams fading the second that you open your eyes. There's a strange sense of unease that passes over each of you, though, upon waking in the morning. Boone, as you wake, you find Hivernal not within the chambers that you share.
Does her bed look slept in at all?
There's a slight, almost dip in the covers and furnishings that make it seem as though perhaps she was there. But aside from that, it does appear to be as though the bed is made.
Do I see that like metal contraption anywhere?
You see it at the center of the bed, just sort of sitting at the very middle, where the dip of where she
Disassembled?
had slept was the lowest. Taking a look over it, it is in the exact same state as it had been when you had finagled with it.
Oh. Interest. Okay. Guess I'll head out of the room and go knock on. Who's across the hall from me?
I believe the closest room to yours would be Rowan and Rykard's.
Okay, I'll go knock on their door.
You both wake to a loud and firm knock upon the door.
Rowan will kind of shoot up, kind of knocking his book off of his chest. Where
I'm
he had
knocking
passed
again.
Out. Wait, I'm coming. And I'll climb out of bed and open the door. Oh, is everything okay? Is something wrong?
Why would something be wrong?
I don't know. You were just kind of like banging on the door really frantically.
Do you not knock?
Not
Thought it
that
was a polite thing
much.
to do.
Sorry.
Okay. I'll just barge in next time. I
uh,
will walk right past Rowan into the room.
Step aside and shut the door. Good morning. You just coming to hang
Morning.
out, or?
I don't know why I'm here.
I guess let me stop getting my things. I'll look over. Is Rykard up? Has he moved?
He's awake, but he's just laying in bed.
Where's Rufus? Where's my boy?
You see something moving underneath the covers,
God damn it.
roughly Rufus shaped.
Yeah, I'll start packing up my bag and trying to get ready for the day. How did
Alright,
you
as
sleep,
you all
Boone?
prepare yourselves for the day, sorry, Rowan, as you're all getting yourselves ready for the day, getting your different belongings prepared, is there anything that you are leaving behind?
Leaving behind. Not today. No.
Yeah, I put my book in my
I
bag.
don't really have a whole lot.
Take my bag, grab
stuff.
my staff. Yeah.
Alright. So, as you prepare yourselves, you can continue your conversation, Rowan.
I was just yapping.
We should probably go.
Have you heard from Alex and Beacon yet? Well, let's go. I will walk out of the awkward room and go find Alex and Beacon.
Sure. As you head over to the room next door to go find Alex and Beacon, there is a slight surprise, Rowan, to see them both already awake. The exhaustion on Alex's face is immediately noticeable to all of you. He looks as though perhaps he hasn't slept the entire evening.
Rowan's expression will kind of soften when he sees Alex. Oh, good morning. You don't seem like you slept very well. Are you feeling okay?
Alex just kind of like look up from whatever like he's writing down. We woke up a little bit early.
You sleep okay though?
I slept enough, I think, to feel at least somewhat refreshed. But he'll kind of like look towards Rowan. Did Rowan close the door?
Did everyone come inside, or did Boone
Yeah.
and Rykard? Yeah, then I'll shut the door behind us if everyone came inside.
Okay. I just had a similar dream to what I described to you earlier when I had touched the shard.
Oh. what did you see? Was it the same? Did it feel different? Kind of sit down.
It felt mostly the same as last time, except I felt a bit more of a burning sensation on my back.
Has that mark, has it changed or gotten worse?
I'll kind of look over to Beacon, because Beacon was the one who actually saw it.
It's certainly gotten worse. There's. It looks like someone's trying to crawl out of his body. It's the best way to put it. And there's like these black tendrils that are coming out of it now.
Oh,
What?
Yeah. It's like these strange black veins.
And you say you feel the same? You don't feel worse?
You don't look the same.
A little bit worse. But overall the same, like symptoms still, like feeling cold and a little bit tired.
Is there like a doctor in Brave Hollow? Like a nurse?
Verthag Duel, I think, is the main one, aren't they?
Yeah, that's who helped Beacon before.
Mhm.
Is it weird to see it? Can you show us? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I assume you might have to see it if you were trying to remove it.
I think that probably would
Is
help.
it like a bump? Or is it like coloration? Like is it out
I
of the
don't
skin?
know. I can't really see it, but I'll pull down, or pull up whatever my shirt to show them.
Sure, you sort of have to like drop the like sort of top of your like tunicky type shirt and sort of drop it just sort of to like down to your elbows, revealing the back and the spine. There's right in between the two shoulder blades. It looks like a large hand, probably um, like larger than a typical humanoid's. It looks like the print has been pushed outward, and there's like deep points that come off of each of the fingertips that appear like almost like sharpened claws. And there's almost like these pinpricks right at the tip of each of them. Beyond that, there appears to be almost blackened varicose veins or like tendrils that seem to be blossoming outward from it. Is anyone taking a closer look beyond that?
I'll try to look as close as I can, seeing as I'm gonna have to try to cure whatever's going on.
Yeah, I'll take a closer look too.
All right, can you both go ahead and roll either medicine or arcana checks?
Since everyone's looking, can I look?
You can too, but what's your approach as you take a look, Boone?
I'm curious if it's any kind of magic I've seen before.
Okay, roll arcana.
Oh, it rolled. Oh, there it goes. 9.
12.
All right. As you all take a look over Alexios's back, Rykard, to you it looks like a deep, heavy bruise, like blunt and forceful. There doesn't appear to be any cuts. There's no blood that has like come off the flesh. It doesn't appear to be a wound, an external wound. It appears almost like internal bleeding, but in the very clear print of a hand. Boone and Rowan, looking over it, there's many magics that could do something like this. It could be necromantic or some sort of perhaps a conjuration beneath the skin. It's hard for you to know exactly what's happening here. Rowan, you're guessing that it's likely connected to the curse or the effects of the magic that you had spotted yesterday, but beyond that, it's hard to diagnose exactly what's going on with Alex.
I don't know if you said it already, but is there anything raised above the surface of the skin?
No, the skin appears completely flat and level, as one might expect. The only sort of exception is that there appears to be almost like pinprick marks, but again, as if they were coming out of the skin, at the tips of each of the fingers. but they haven't fully broken through the skin.
Gotcha. Does it hurt to touch? I'll ask
It hurt
Alex.
yesterday, so I imagine that it would hurt today as well.
Huh.
It doesn't look very good, Alex.
Yeah, this is fucked.
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, it sounds pretty bad.
And you kind of like take off his bag and set it on the bed. I was trying all night to figure out that spell. I think I've mostly got it down. I mean, again, I've never done it before. I've never removed a curse from anyone, but I think I understand what I'm supposed to be doing. It just does worry me that it looks so much worse than yesterday, such a short amount of time.
Does it feel like the one that what's her face in the cage had?
The magic seemed similar. I mean,
But
would
like, is it that bad? Is it the same? Like,
I would have
has
to
she got
do.
one of these?
I didn't see. I mean, when I was detecting magic the other day, when I identified both of them, what Alex had yesterday seemed less intense than what Gertold had. But it certainly seems like it's getting worse, so I wouldn't be surprised if it read the same or more similar now.
Did you notice if she had any similar markings on her?
I don't think we saw her body very closely, did we ever?
It was under her shirt.
Yeah, I mean, I know I
Yeah.
sensed like a sigil, but
Yeah, you weren't able to get a closer look beyond.
yeah, I mean, I did sense some kind of stronger magical essence or like a sigil on her body, but I wasn't able to actually see anything.
This doesn't really seem like a sigil,
No.
or at least not any that I know of.
Maybe one of the research people, like Rackard's group, Vermilion Crest might. Like, they're the studiers, right?
That's true.
The
I
laboratory.
suppose.
Something.
But we should be cautious about who we are telling all of these things to. It should be someone that we trust there.
Is this like a secret we're trying to keep?
Yeah.
Or
I mean, like, it doesn't, like, not like a secret from, you know, like anyone who needs to know, but, you know, I'd rather, like, not have everyone know about this.
I mean, like, could we go to, I don't know, somebody that might know a little bit more about magic, like one of the chapter captains or something?
Yeah, I think a chapter captain would be a smart person maybe to go to. But as long as we are not, like, announcing it to everyone.
Maybe try and get in touch with Magnus or something.
Will that make things worse for you with Everson though? Like if he finds out?
Hmm. Perhaps.
Why would it make
Uh,
it worse?
They didn't seem to really get along.
So
Maybe he gets along more with the other captain.
It just seems
That's
like
what-
he's really strict on you guys. I mean, now we're having to do this whole interrogation thing because he wants you to prove yourselves. I don't know. I just wasn't
Yep.
sure if this would be seen as like a misstep to him or something.
Hmm.
so stupid.
I can't really get the read on him very well, but I would be concerned about that.
I mean, are you more concerned about him being kind of pissy with you, or are you more concerned about? I'll just gesture broadly to your body.
See, Alex actually kind of thinks about that for a moment.
Alex, we should be more concerned about your body than
yes, I know.
with Everson.
Because as is right now, ain't none of us equipped to handle that.
could be just a curse. I mean, I've never actually seen one like this, but it's not really magic that I've dealt with before. It could be normal.
Rowan, look at him.
Well, I mean, how many curses have you seen up close?
This ain't normal.
Yeah.
Look, weird things can happen sometimes. And especially now since arriving on Craven's Bone. Right? A lot of weird stuff happens here on the island.
Why is he reassuring us?
I don't know. I mean, ultimately, Alex, it's your body. You know how you feel. Tell us what you want to do. We go find a captain. Do you want us to try to help?
You see Alex kind of like looks towards Beacon when you say that. How's Beacon looking?
He's trying not to look as freaked out as he is. He actually is. But it's pretty clear that he's very, very worried about Alex. And he wants whatever's happening to him to be resolved very quickly.
I am just concerned that whatever this is, it might not be resolved as quickly as we might hope. And that we might be wasting time that we could be using, getting information back and completing our contract, basically.
It's your contract, so whatever you decide.
For now, I think it is good that this curse seems to be contained to me and to me alone. But right now I feel fine. I feel as though I would be able to continue about the day as usual. So perhaps we continue with what we had planned, and then afterwards we go and find a captain, or figure out what to do afterwards. But I think the mission is a little bit more important than whatever is happening right now.
Well, okay, if that's how you feel. If it gets worse, though, make sure you say something or check in with us.
Of course. Yes, I would let you know immediately if anything changed. Absolutely.
And I still do have that spell ready, and it's not a whole ritual or anything, so if it gets worse and you want me to try, just let me know.
Do you want to try?
I will.
Or do you think it might not work?
I mean, I was prepared to. It just seemed... I don't know. You seem less sure now, so it's making me a little less sure. And it got worse. But I can still try. I mean, a curse is a curse, and the spell is supposed to remove curses.
Perhaps trying it, you'll be able to learn a little bit more about it. You might be able to understand why it cannot be removed.
Give
or
it a shot, Rowan.
it can be removed,
Go
best
for
case
it.
scenario.
All right.
There's no harm in trying.
Worth a try. Do we have any like torches in here? Is there any like lit flames?
There are like floating candles that seem to give off like a magical flame.
Oh, okay, that works. Well, just turn so I can see it, I guess, and touch it.
Yeah, and Alex will turn.
All right, he'll set down his things and he'll kind of splay open his book on the bed so he can kind of refer to that as he works. And as Rowan kind of holds his left hand aloft with his palm facing up, his right hand starts to make these kind of lofty circular motions in the air around it, moving above and below, all around in this clockwise motion. Like he's trying to beckon or gather energy. And suddenly, from the area around, these tendrils of magic, threads of the weave, start to rise up and pull towards him. These reddish orange threads pull from the lit flames. These pale yellow threads materialize out of the open air. Verdant green threads rise up from the stone floor, and kind of deep blue threads source from the water skin at his side. As these threads of the weave funnel in, kind of following the motions of his right hand, they begin to knit and stitch together, the colors blending as they form this woven glove of energy around his left hand. As he kind of raises his right hand up to his chest, closing his eyes for a second, this powerful white thread of spirit energy pours out of his chest and reaches down to tether on his left wrist. Then he'll reach out and rest his hand kind of flush against the spot on Alex's back with that mark. I will take a deep breath and I will cast Remove Curse at 3rd level. He'll focus his energy into that spot, kind of focusing on the terrible image that he saw kind of clawing out of his skin, and he'll say, "All that is woven shall now be undone. May all bindings fade, that harm be none." That kind of energy from his hand, the glowing glove, will kind of surge into Alex's body. Hopefully remove the curse.
As the magical energy comes off of your body and sort of rushes over his, Rowan, you see, looking over the injury, that the sort of blackened veins that are coming off of it, you notice, seem to almost peel back into the wound. And the bruise, which was like blackened purpley red, seems to fade ever so slightly and have slightly more of a yellowy green tinge at its extremities. But beyond that, visually, you don't see any change.
Pull his hand away and take it a little bit. And how do you feel? Do you feel different at all?
Do I feel any different?
Roll an insight check on yourself there.
Insight check on myself. How am I doing?
Check in.
Check in. Oh, it's still not letting me. Hold on. 18.
You feel less pain and slightly warmer, and yet still feel cold in your bones. You feel much the same you did the day before, but not how you did but a moment ago.
Alex will take a breath and nod towards Rowan. I feel a little bit better. More like yesterday.
Kind of frowns a little bit. Well, that's good. Yesterday's better than today. Let me see if there's anything I can find out while we're still planning. Then he'll kind of sit on the bed and he'll take Alex's hand like he had done the day before when they were at the memento, and I'll start ritual casting Identify on him just to see if I can get a different sense of it today.
Right. The rest of you, what are you up to?
No, I came here to see what the plan was, so.
Yep, just waiting on this diagnostic to get run.
Fair. Honestly, I do think Beacon would be too worried about Alex to be doing too much else.
All right, as well, sit in silence for 10 minutes, watching Rowan do what he does. You do see that some other people leave their room and seem to head past, going down towards Memento or waking up and coming back and forth. There is movement throughout the space. as you turn your attention, all of you, to Alex, um, Rowan, you can tell that, for all intents and purposes, what you were able to glean from a magical sense, Alex remains cursed, but you've alleviated any true, clear negative effects of his curse, at the very least temporarily.
Okay. Kind of puts the pearl back into his bag. So still cursed, what I can tell, but I guess I sort of staved it off a little bit.
That is good. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't do more.
That is not your fault. You cast the spell perfectly.
So, uh, Gertrude then? Is that what we're trying to focus on now?
Yeah, I believe so. We should probably speak to Hazan first, and then Gertold, I think. Beacon and I were discussing some plans that we might have for how we might convince them to talk a little bit more, like we were discussing yesterday, and kind of go on explaining basically what we were talking about in the chat, minus the pair of anguish.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That was the whole thing.
It's the whole thing. But no, so I think what the plan was, that the last time we were talking was that we would talk to Hazan first, and then use Hazan to get as much information about Gertold and like any general information about whatever operation is going on that he kind of knows about. So like probably using like Zone of Truth, using Bane, Detect Thoughts, Command, like anything like that. And so hopefully he's a little bit easier to get information out of. And then Gertold, I don't know, kind of depends on what Hazan tells us. Yeah. And then
Hey, maybe
Gertold's
we can
a lot.
use the
Sorry,
curse
dear.
now, I guess.
Yeah, use the curse now that
Their
we've tried,
advantage.
and you know it's not going away. You know, maybe use the fact that Alex is currently cursed to our advantage. You know, make her think that you know he's in on whatever spooky stuff she's got going on. And then if that doesn't work, I've also got fear prepared today, but we need to know what Gertold is like immune to and stuff. So we need that spell that Rowan does with essence weaving or essence reading.
All right. Should I do that first then? Here we go.
Yeah, if you would not mind. Do you mind if I watch to see how you do this?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, pretty similar ritual to last time. Let me see. We wanted to learn. I'll just display it really quick. It was the Oh, her resistances, immunities, and vulnerabilities, right? That's all we needed to know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that should be fairly easy then. It'll take 20 minutes. It'll take a little longer, but I will have to use up the little bit of hair that I took from Gertrude as my material component. Then I'll spend some time ritual casting essence reading on Gertie.
While Rowan is doing that, maybe Beacon can help. But Everson had said that he was going to leave instructions for how to get back somewhere. Are they anywhere like in our room?
Oh yeah.
Go ahead and roll an investigation check, Alexios, as you look around your own space.
Can I also
You wanna help with
be
that?
looking? Yeah. Can I?
Are
I
you
can-
trained in investigation?
I don't remember. Let me
Yes.
see. Yes, I am. I am.
In that case, Alex can look, or you can look with advantage.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll with advantage, or do you want to roll separately?
Yeah, you can roll with advantage. I
Okay.
think your investigation's a little bit better than mine.
I hate that roll 20 is not working for me with this, but hold on.
It's being
Eight.
stinky.
As you're both taking a look around, can I get a wisdom check from Rowan?
Yes. Wisdom check.
Wisdom check, yeah.
Okay. That's pretty average. 10.
Mhm. Rowan,
Mm-hmm.
the essence that you read, it being sort of tethered to something physically in your hand before you, you can feel a resistance. Something in her essence seems almost like trying to grab ink that has been dropped into a pool of water. It's hard to focus on and pick out. It almost emits like a sea of noise. But nonetheless, you reach out and try to have a firm grasp on what you're reading into. As you focus on her, you close your eyes, take a deep breath, and attempt to focus on a deeper level on her nature, how she is, what she's strong or resistant to. You have a feeling that typical magical charms have no impact upon her. And that matters of the mind, damage that would typically be done to her psyche, does less to her.
Mm.
Beyond that, you have a sense that the cold and the dark have less of a grip on her too. And you have a sense that although she may be susceptible, that she's generally not one to be averse to matters that might scare others.
Okay. Um, kind of I. Oh, less likely resistant. I mean to charm, resistant to fear. Okay, I misheard that one. My bad. Yeah, I'll kind of less of a peaceful knowing experience as it was last time. This time as the little fragments of hair that he has in this ritual bowl, as they kind of turn to ash, he grips his head a little bit, like he's in a little bit of pain. Almost felt like she was fighting it somehow. Um, I don't think any kind of an enchantment or mental magic would be useful to her at all. Things,
Hmm.
if you're trying to scare her, use any fear spell. Very likely that she'll resist it.
That's good to know.
Yes, but I think we should make it clear that we are not attempting to cause them any harm, like any physical harm, anyway.
Yeah.
But she's immune to mental harm.
Then we have to find other ways to persuade her.
Like, what?
You know, the best thing that we have right now is the persuasion. Persuasion and, if need be, deceit.
Deceit, intimidation. So snap on my charisma skills.
And
Try to use words first, and then if she proves to be particularly uncooperative, then perhaps we need to call in Captain Everson or one of the captains or someone else from Lyra Song. Because they did say that they could help us. But I would not feel comfortable with inflicting any pain upon them. At least
I mean,
not a lot.
Chal already did that though. Like we fought him, we beat them.
Yeah.
Like that ship sailed.
What about like
It-
probing her
Alex was
thoughts?
kind of thinking. I could try that as well. If you think that might work.
Mm.
But she might also be resistant to that as well.
From what I learned, would I think that? Like, if she's immune to charm and then resistant to psychic damage, would I think that, like, reading her thoughts would be out of the question?
It's hard to necessarily say. You have a sense that mind altering effects generally don't work as well on her. Does not mean that they don't work at all, to the
Okay.
extent of your knowledge.
I'll just kind of shrug. Could be worth a try. I've really been up against someone like her. Or really anyone at all. Is there anything else we need to do, or?
To the beacon?
And nothing that I can think of.
Oh, did we find anything when we were looking
Oh
for
yeah.
the instructions?
Remind me of the numbers?
18.
Yes.
So,
18, yeah.
looking around the space, you sort of flip over pillows, look under beds, peer on the small desks, and check under the lanterns, and you don't see anything. But as you approach the doorway, you see, sort of tucked very discreetly, sort of like a small slip of parchment is sort of follows the cylinder of like the hinges of the door, and you see that it's nearly not invisible but extremely hard to perceive. And as you reach for the parchment and pull it out from behind the hinges, you see what looks to be written in a code, and yet still decipherable to your eye, Alexios, as well as yours, Beacon. A set of elaborate instructions that the moment you look away feel hazy in your mind, but when you look at them directly feel concrete and sensical.
Just to kind of try it, because I just want to see what happens. If I try to write the instructions down, do they also feel hazy, or
And you find that the words you write seem like nonsensical in the sequence that they are in.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think this should be good enough for us to get there.
Okay. Sounds good.
Alright, I'm ready.
Yep, good to go.
As you all prepare to set out, are you attempting to head straight to the interrogation?
I think so.
Unless we wanted to get something to eat beforehand.
Breakfast?
Breakfast before the interrogation.
Yeah,
I like
keep it
breakfast,
light.
brekkie.
You don't want anything too heavy in your stomach, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta get your gains.
Mm.
Hit your protein quota.
As you prepare to set out, let's take a quick 5-minute break.
Okay.
All right.
But
Alex and Beacon, the pair of you begin to lead your group through what seems to be a strange set of instructions. You find yourself moving down narrow passageways and halls along the stacks of the library as you make your way through um, the sort of basement level. Um, you then find yourselves moving through, again, a series of different stacks, and you find what seems to be a narrow passage, about an inch in width and about 10 feet tall. A small gap between two stacks of large sort of shelves. Um, as you peer down it, and sort of look into it, you can all see as Alex sort of puts one of his eyes close to this sort of like crevice, that suddenly it seems to like let out an almost rainbow, pale, soft white, prismatic sort of light. And as he looks into it, you all see as though he's like flattened to be almost two-dimensional. It seems as though he passes into the space and vanishes again from sight.
Well, um, in seeing that, I think he was surprised for a moment, and then he will do the same, kind of two-dimensional.
All right, Beacon follows. And for the rest of you, any hesitation? How are you all feeling?
I'll walk right in.
fucking excited.
As each of you pass through, approaching the strange crevice, Alex, with you at the front, the world around you seems to be this swirling arabesque color. The space around you does not appear tangible, solid, and three-dimensional as you are used to, but rather like you're moving through a watercolor dream. Around you, the space appears to have texture and color that is not plausible in a solid form. As you look around, it's as though everything around you has become flattened, as though on a sort of textured paper, um, like a fabricy um, veil around you. And as you look at yourself, it is as though your body is almost like a ripped out collage of movement and flatness. Everything seems to just be flattened and yet vibrant, brushstrokes and like faded color and wetness and oil. It all seems strange around you. It's as though you are made out of ink and paint. Your surroundings as you move appear loosely similar to what you had seen before. You see a statue of an elf with a firm and magical looking staff. You see several sort of pathways blossoming off this central space, where before the world had seemed carved and statuesque in a very classical sense. The world around you now holds a vibrance and an abstraction that reminds you of paintings you've seen hung on the hallowed walls of your household home back in Clovefjord. although it is the same, it appears different, interpretive, and looser, less concrete and solid. You feel as though you are moving through a place where motion is slow, and your emotions, oddly enough, Alex, feel heightened, although your senses feel somewhat dulled. Sound feels more musical and yet also muffled at the same time. The colors around you feel more vibrant, and yet the only smell and taste that fill your mouth is the smell of parchment, old and perhaps slightly chemically. You smell a little bit of almost like a furnished, varnishy smell, as well as um, like stale water. As you look
As we're
back
kind
over your shoulder and take in your surroundings, Alex, you see that your companions all appear flattened, similarly to yourself, and yet almost as though they are painted abstractions of themselves. Rykard's sort of flaming red hair appears extremely vibrant, and his skin appears shaded, and as he sort of turns his face, you see that the almost like where his stubble is, there's almost like stippled sponge or brush strokes that seem to intimate his shape and change. Boone's sort of greenish, almost swamp-like colors feel accented and dulled at the edges, and yet vibrant right at the cores. And there is a almost translucence to her wings, where typically they appear a little bit more opaque. Beacon's own coloration appears exaggerated, and there's like an ombre to him that he doesn't typically have. And Rowan similarly seems to have like a texture in his antlers that wasn't there before.
amazing. That's really cool. 2 questions. First question, probably more so for the rest of the group. Do they see like anything like related to like what was like on my back, like as I'm going forward? Like, is that represented in this painting as well?
Are you
Yeah,
still
puppy.
showing enough skin for them to see it?
I don't know. I don't know. Probably
You
not.
don't know
I
if you're
probably would not
showing
be.
skin. Anything
I'm
could
not
happen.
sure how visible it is. Is like if I have like
In the
you know
clothes that I understand Alex to wear, I feel that it would be hidden.
it would be
Is
hidden. Okay.
is the space right between his shoulder blades typically visible?
No, no.
Then it would not be visible.
Okay. All right, that's not visible. All right. Okay, as we're like kind of moving through this, are we able to like I don't know if I had to like a minor illusion or like try to like cast a spell like that and like try to like make like some notes of music, what happens?
You find that they appear, although again, appear almost like they are made out of like a wisp of ink and color. They appear for a moment, and they have this sort of tenuous, loose shape that seems to bleed into the world around, almost as though you were trapped in watercolor.
All right, cool, cool, cool.
All right. So, as you all find yourselves in this strange painted world around you, you do notice that these sort of edges of your vision seem to blur, almost as though, again, like a wet sort of watercolor drippiness is occurring at the edges of your vision. Whenever you try to sort of look sort of in your periphery, everything feels hazy and muddled. Yet you still see the features of the space that you had been before. So, Alex, how do you approach the cells that you know are somewhere here?
Oh, okay. So there weren't instructions on how to like get out.
No, simply instructions on how to get to this area.
Oh, I see. I guess I'll try my best to like look around. If we know we're in the right area.
Yes, it appears visually similar to where you were the day before, just not as concrete and solid as before.
Okay. All right, this might seem a bit weird, but could I try to like telekinetically like shove myself out of the painting or out of whatever space we're in?
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Oh my god. D&D Beyond. That's an 11.
You don't sense any sort of way for you to do that. You have a feeling you simply need to find the space that you had been in before.
Oh, okay. That's what I was asking, was if like we were like in, if I knew that we were in that space. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. Okay. I don't think I really have all that much that could help us magic. Wait, do you say this is like watercolor?
Their surroundings appear like watercolor.
Because if there is, because if it is kind of like, could I like use shape water to try and like make it a little bit like clearer to see where we're going? You know what I mean? Like try to like manipulate the paint that way, or if it is paint, you know.
Again, you just need to find the entrance.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, is like using that to like help us find the entrance.
You just
If
need
that
to
makes
remember
sense.
where it is.
Oh. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm a bit lost.
So, you had exited through a secret exit from the prison
Yes.
the day before. You just need
Yes.
to find the secret exit. So, do any of you recall where
Okay.
the secret exit is?
I'm looking through my notes. I know that there were like bricks when we were like leaving.
There was a planted garden and a big statue of Era.
Didn't we already pass that?
I don't know, did we?
You're in the same space as that statue right now.
Oh,
Right. There was a waterfall, I think it
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
Did we go under a
no,
waterfall?
the running water was
No, we just heard
in,
running water.
like around the stairwell that we climbed to get to this place. There was a barred door that we exited through.
Yeah.
And I know there was a
with
brick.
a
'Cause
staircase beyond. Are any of the doors barred?
So in this space, you're sort of like in a almost circular terrace. There are 5 paths that sort of branch out from where that central statue is, and through each of these doorways, there appears to be nothing. It's just light that seems to pass through. There are sort of like garden paths or little patches of earth and flowers and plants that grow around the statue as well.
Is there like a spiral staircase somewhere?
Yeah, because I remember there was a spiraling
No,
staircase.
we can't see through the. Yeah, but it was on the other side of the door. We can't see through
Oh,
that. I have here that it was a barred door, so I don't know where I got that from.
Yeah, I don't have this in my notes, but I'll try to remember as best I can, like where we had gone.
Sure, just roll an intelligence check for me, general intelligence.
Okay. 15?
All right. As you approach the statue itself, you can feel sort of along the base of it where there's sort of these thick, white, brick-like portions at the base of the statue on which the statue itself is set. And as you move sort of along it, Alex, you feel as they like piece of parchment that you had been given by Captain Everson or whomever may have left it for you seems to sort of stick to your hand. And as you lay it upon one of the bricks of stone, they all seem to sort of almost fade from sight, revealing an arched stairwell that leads and spirals downward. You hear sort of like a rushing waterfall type noise coming from within the spiral staircase, echoing through the space.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'll head towards the staircase. Because I do remember that.
All right. As you all begin to go head down the stairwell, can everyone go ahead and roll perception checks for me, please?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm perceiving.
Proceed.
I got a 22.
I got a 4.
Rykard just closes his eyes.
Nah, my
My
D&D
card
is
does
being
not
weird.
see.
Oh yeah, it's being weird with you too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's try this.
Madison said that not using Firefox helped, but I can't get mine to use it on Chrome.
16.
As you all descend down the spiraling staircase, the world around you appears like a faded sort of impression of itself. Where before the world had seemed vibrant and shocking and of a watercolor type nature, now what you see, or whatever seems to be affecting either your eyes or your mind, or perhaps the space around you itself, appears more impressionistic and like almost pointillistic. There are swishes of color, but it mostly appears dark, and what little light seems to appear down here seems to sort of have swirls of color coming off of it in the aura or the halo of light that would typically emanate off. As you head down the stairwell with Alex at the front, you spiral down several flights before you reach the area that you believe you were in the day before. Two different Liar Song guards who appear to be in elegant monastic robes. Yes, you do appear to still be like flattened and in almost 2 dimensions, Madison. Seem to almost spring forth out of like the stone itself before you. There's something about looking at them that seems to confound your minds ever so slightly. The magic in here, the day before when you had come with Captain Everson, sort of a direct path to this place through his magic or whatever device or whatever implement he used to get here, perhaps allowed you to circumvent whatever magical sort of powerful oppressive force emanates throughout this space. You notice as you approach that the guards seem to stand more firmly at attention, but they do not appear to stop or hinder any of you. There's a look of recognition that crosses over both of their sort of like helmed faces. You see the sort of long hallway with barred archways extends out before you. One of the guards gives a nod towards your group and says, "We were told that you might return soon. Should you require anything from us, let us know promptly."
Thank you. Are these the same guards as yesterday, or are they different?
Different.
All right, I think the main thing that we'll be needing is access to the cells of Hassan Breyer and Gertold. bump right to him.
The guard who spoke to you gives a nod and gestures for you to follow.
Okay, I will follow.
And we following.
Are all of you going together?
Yes.
Or are you splitting up at all?
I
Nope.
will follow.
I think we're going together. Yeah.
Following.
All right. As you all head down the hallway together, the guard stops and gestures to the two cells. You can see that Hazan has been moved to a cell that is a few sort of archways down from where Gertolt is held. As you pass by, you can see the sort of green-haired figure that had sort of been keeping an eye on you before appears to be looking towards all of you still. Sort of like seems to stand at the motion of all of you passing by and watches. But as you pass by Gertrude's cell, which is a little earlier down the hallway, you see that she appears to be kneeling and seems to be perhaps praying or whispering to herself. But she does not lift her eyes from where she seems to be sort of firmly staring downward as you pass by.
Could I ask the guards, kind of gesturing over to the person with green hair, does the person in there do that often? Who is he?
The guard sort of looks over their shoulder. They pass and gives a nod. The person over there has been here for quite a while. Has not spoken anything or shared any knowledge that I know of. However, I do know the person's name. They sort of like seem to narrow their eyes as if they think better of telling you. They are here as a guest. Most people who come through these halls are not kept as long as they. Normally, people are brought to justice elsewhere, either sent back to their homes and brought before whatever court or system is provided there. Alternatively, justice is doled out itself by Brave Hollow. However, this individual remains here. They sort of gesture to the space around. We call it Limbo, named after the plane, of course.
Do I know anything about the plane of limbo?
Roll an Arcana check.
Any?
You know a moderate amount. It is a extremely chaotic plane, but it is neutral as well. It's sort of a place where there is no direction or solid gravity or particular element. Winds are constantly buffeting, and then the space is sort of always reorganizing itself. You know that there aren't that many humanoid inhabitants there, but you've heard of a few wizards or sorcerers who've gone off to other planes and have allegedly, at the very least, found their way there. It is not exactly a charted place.
Can I understand why they're referring to like this place as limbo?
Perhaps it's a place in between, or named that after a sort of matter of being disoriented, potentially.
Okay. Well, it does seem like he wants to say something at some point. Perhaps if you could let us speak to him as well after we are done, we might be able to get some information for you.
The guard sort of immediately shakes their head and raises their hand as if that was completely out of the question. None attempt to, save for the captain.
Okay. Alex will just kind of like nod, like an understanding at that.
The guard leads you to Hazan's cell and looks over all of you, says, "The inmate in question cannot hear you while you are out in these halls. However, know that once these doors are opened for you, and once you enter, I will remain out here. Although I will not be able to hear what occurs in the cells, know that I will be keeping an eye to ensure both your safety and the bodily autonomy and safety of our guest."
Thank you.
Of course.
Should you need my aid or assistance or anything else from me, implements or the like, food, please let me know. Know that the world will feel disorienting to our guest, more so than it does now for you. That does not mean that they do not possess their faculties, however. The guest in question, and he gestures again to the cell, has had his bonds changed. We remove the fabric from his mouth. However, he has been, they gesture vaguely, magic is not something that should be accessible to him now.
All right, Alex will nod at that. Is there anything about their behavior that you can tell us? Anything noteworthy last night?
The guard shakes their head. Both remained quiet. They were fed, their dresses, and they mean clothes and that, were changed. And they were bathed and fed. Please keep their shackles on. This is the only thing that ensures that they do not have access to the magics.
Of course. But we will have access to our own once we are inside.
So long
Yes.
as you do not put on the shackles yourselves. And know that any magic that was placed upon them before the shackles were put on them will yet remain.
Has anyone been in to ascertain if there has been any magic on them?
Beyond yourselves, no.
Alex will just kind of turn to the rest of the group. Does anyone else have anything you need to clarify?
Nope, nothing.
I think you got all of my questions at least.
Yeah.
The guard sort of waits to see if you're going to have a conversation at all.
Oh, yeah. Right, so our plan for Hassan, maybe cast Zone of Truth and then begin interrogating.
Yes, if there's a way to make him a little bit more susceptible to it, I think that would be
I can
could be
cast a
helpful.
spell. Yeah, it's sort of like a bad luck spell kind of thing. It'll lower the defenses a little bit. Are we planning to cast multiple things on him, or is it just for that one spell?
I think that will very much depend on what we need, but we could start with the zone of truth and then kind of go from there. If he's going to answer questions just by talking, then hopefully we don't need to use spells, but otherwise we might need to investigate a little bit further.
The beacon, that truth spell you're
Mhm.
doing, I've never done that. Is it something that he'll be like actively resisting, or once it is cast on him, will he be under the effects of it for the entire time?
I believe that once he's under the effects, there's no breaking it from there. The question, sorry, I think though that he can initially try to resist it, but once it's on, it can't be taken off.
Okay, if that's all we're doing, then I can cast my spell, and as long as that works, it should make yours more likely to take.
Okay, sounds good.
And then you both are just gonna talk to him.
That's the plan.
Um, yes, we might need perhaps a little bit of help, particularly maybe Boone and Rykard. In the
What?
past, you can be a bit firmer with people than sometimes Beacon and I are.
You want us on standby?
Please, if
We
he's not
absolutely
answering
can.
our questions, then we might need someone with a bit more of a like powerful presence.
Okay.
Rykard, is that okay with you as well?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Okay, so Harry, remind me again exactly where we are. We like outside the cell right now?
Just outside the cell.
All right. And just I guess before we enter, just kind of taking a look at Hazan. Is there anything we can ascertain about him right now?
As you take a look in, you can see that he is sort of lounging back on what appears to be like a small mattress sort of left on the floor. He seems to be laying down and sort of staring up towards the ceiling, but um, doesn't seem like despondent or anything like that.
Okay. Because last time he seemed a little bit nervous. So he looks a little bit less nervous than he did before.
A little.
Okay. All right. Then should we get inside?
Yeah,
Ready when you
let's
are.
get inside.
All right. We shall head inside or ask to be let in.
All right. As you begin, you sort of turn your head to the guard, who gives a nod. You see the guard takes out what appears to be like a key from their side, and does a series of intricate somatic gestures with their hands. You see that the key almost leaves streaks in the air, like a glow stick or like a glow wand. And as it leaves the streaks in the air, a rune appears. As they push their hand up against the rune, you hear them say a word softly, although the exact word itself is so softly spoken that it's hard to tell exactly what it is. The bars seem to peel back as the guard sort of takes a step away from the door and gestures for all of you. Are you all going in at the same time?
If you guys are walking in, I'll follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
planning
I
to.
think we're all going in.
Yeah.
All right. You find that the cell itself is quite cramped with all of you. It's only about like a 10-foot deep space, and it's only about 7 feet wide. As you all enter, you find that it becomes quite crowded quite quickly. Hazan sort of looking up um, from where he was laying back seems to sort of sit up. As he looks at all of you, you can see that his shackles are bound directly in front of him, sort of keeping his wrists pressed together. And you can see that the shackles themselves are made of this silvery looking metal, and they're covered in glowing runes with an orange gemstone that gives off a soft glow on each of the sort of outer wrists. His brows furrow, and he sort of looks defiant towards all of you, but doesn't immediately speak.
Alex will kind of glance towards Beacon, see if he wants to say anything or if we just kind of want to jump into it.
Right. Can seem like you, as you look at him, Alex, you can see he's like a little like nervous, I guess, but bewildered at the situation. But yeah, he clears his throat. I guess on. Um, I assume that you had a eventful night.
He
Say
furrows his
anything
brow,
about.
but doesn't say anything in response.
Yeah. Think that you know why we are here.
He closes
There
his
isn't.
eyes and sort of lets out a sigh and says, "There is nothing that you can say that will turn me against her."
I have to admit, I'm very curious. Why are you so loyal to Gerthold?
I wouldn't expect somebody who has not known love to care or to know. It is not loyalty, not blindly.
12. Sorry, can't look at a chat. Um, well, maybe you can help me understand. I certainly don't know love like clearly the love that you have with Gerthold.
Roll a persuasion check.
I Beacon's not admitting his feelings yet, guys. Give him a bit.
Oh,
Oh,
let's
she was.
go.
Oh my god. Okay. Not 20.
Let's freaking go.
He narrows his eyes and then sort of seems to soften and sort of looks down and says, I did not set out with love in mind. I've It was like seeing the sun for the first time again. He sort of closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. I found the first time that I left the Underdark, saw a sea of diamonds, the sands. It was like seeing the crystal sea shimmering once more. We came here on a boat together. Though I think we hailed from very different places. And I could tell in her was something of the sun.
That sounds beautiful.
Have you spoken to her? And you can see a little bit of hopefulness in his eyes before he sort of closes them and shakes his head, seemingly immediately regretting asking.
No, we haven't yet.
He sort of seems to purse his lips at that, but doesn't say anything else.
Okay, okay.
I got the sense yesterday that you are quite protective of her. This is understandable. We very much likely would be too in your situation. So, in the interest of keeping her safe and protected from anyone else who might be coming down here to question her, we would like for you to be as honest with us as possible while we ask you a few questions.
Roll a persuasion check, Alex.
Damn it, it's not working. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, now it's telling
Close.
let me roll on D&D Beyond, so hold on.
Can you just do this over, like, in roll
I could just
20?
do I can do it in roll 20. I can. I just don't like it.
I know.
We're too
It kinda
addicted to
sucks.
convenience, guys.
Ooh, 16. Should I use a sorcery point to re-roll that? I guess it depends on if it failed or not.
You have a sense that he doesn't seem to trust you, Alex.
Okay, then I will use magical guidance to roll that again. Unlucky points, let's go. Yep, see, there it is. There it is.
He sort of narrows his eyes and says, "Seems to me that you're the only people who are coming here and speaking to either of us. So the only people I have to worry about bothering her are you."
That isn't necessarily the truth. We are the first to speak with you, yes, but unfortunately, if we don't get the information we need, then
Who do you think comes after us? Do you think
yes.
they just let you go if we do not get the information that we need? You need to trust us, but trust that we are a much better alternative than whoever is going to come after us. Sorry, I can't look at the chat.
He narrows his eyes and says, "Seems to me, based on what I saw, that people are being quiet about her. So, you're the only ones who seem to know. Knowing what I know about Liar Song, I doubt anyone will come after you."
Wait, hold on, Harry, can you repeat that? I feel like I'm misunderstanding what he's saying.
He's basically saying he's not worried about someone else coming because they're already being hush hush about this.
Ah, I see, I see.
Well, the only way would be to wait and see. But in the meantime, kind of turn over to Beacon.
Right, I had this planned out in my head way better than how I am executing it. um,
Mood.
okay. Well, let's start from what at least we know. Um, we know that you have an undying dedication to Gerthold, driven by love and admiration, which is very admirable, I think. What were you planning on leaving here um after you had taken what you did, the memory?
He looks at you, Beacon, and he shakes his head and says, "I'll say no more."
Now we'll look to Alex. I think I've had to go on from here.
That's the spell that we were talking about, the Beacon.
All right, I will. I will take a step back. And emanating from Beacon will be like this kind of glowing like force field, I guess, that kind of that surrounds us all. As I cast Zone of Truth.
All right, let me look at new zone of truth.
I will put it in here. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that. There we go. So everyone who doesn't want to who wants to lie, I guess, rolls a charisma save.
Yeah, and I assume you're not casting it anywhere that would hit us.
You're all within the
Right,
space, are you
yeah.
not?
Yeah, I think we're all gonna
But
go.
like, can he like cast
Yeah.
it like a little bit further out?
Everyone ask who's gay.
Well, I mean, we can speak the
It's
truth.
it's a 15-foot radius sphere, so unless you all run back out in the hall, which the guard has shut the gate behind you.
It's a charisma save or a charisma check?
Charisma
Charisma
save.
save.
Whoa, I didn't click anything. Oh, wait, Rykard's roll just showed up on my thing. What?
I will try to help though, since I'm not doing the I think just based on what's going on, I should save for something else. So I'll use my reaction to consume one of my wild shapes to get some spell weaving points, and I will use a weave of fate on Beacon's spell to bolster his saving throw, or like the save DC.
Yo.
So it'll be so now it's 18. So it'll add 4 to the DC, so
Oh.
18 to pass.
Oh.
And sorry, is this a charm?
Oh, good question.
It's an enchantment.
Yeah, it is enchantment, but it's not like a
Yes.
charm condition.
So he'll roll
says-
again.
Second level enchantment.
19.
Oh.
Well, because
My
Silvery Barbs
God.
it, I already used my reaction.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I'll
ain't
silvery
got
barbs
that.
it, sure.
But it would be. How does it work with advantage?
Well,
I think you
still
just
be
use the
the
new roll,
16,
whatever it is.
yeah,
regardless.
yeah.
Regardless, with the new save DC, as he sort of looks towards you, Beacon, as the light sort of emanates off of you, you see it cling to several of your allies, as well as sort of wash over Hazan before you.
All right. So here's how this is going to work. You are going to answer some simple questions, yes or no, and your refusal to answer these questions or any type of obfuscation on your part will be treated as an admission of your guilt. First of all, are you aware of any plot to tamper with the Pact of Kazarian?
You see that his like upper lip twitches slightly, but he just sort of stares defiantly directly at you, Alex.
I will raise the wand that I have, and I would like to cast command, and I want to tell him answer.
Right. Command, I believe, is also an enchantment.
Yes.
Wisdom?
But let me double check. Yes, wisdom save.
Okay. Wisdom is slightly higher. $21.
Oof.
Disappointing. I would like to. Ooh, will I do it? Hoping that he has some of the resistances that Gertold might, even though we didn't check him for it. I'd like to cast Mind Sliver just to get some of his saving throws down.
Okay. Mind Sliver
So-
is.
Again, also an enchantment, intelligence saving throw.
Okay, intelligence he's a lot better at.
Yeah. He's been getting good rolls though.
Intelligence
He's
saving
got some bad
throw
ones.
+8. 22.
Hmm.
Oh my God.
Okay. Imagine we're just like kind of having this stare down right now. Um. All right. Again, I will remind you that your refusal to answer will only mean that more invasive methods are going to be used by people far more powerful than we are. You might be able
Sort of
to resist ours, but I cannot guarantee what they will be doing to you.
roll an intimidation check. Are you doing anything to try to bolster these attempts at intimidation, Alex?
I'm hoping just like generally like casting spells at him and like trying to like kind of like pierce through his mind a little bit might help. But you know what? Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, you know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a minor illusion of the sound of Gertold screaming, what I imagine that sounds like in pain.
oh.
You do know that sound doesn't pass through these walls. You still want to do
Yes,
that?
but yeah, because it's just like really to intimidate him, like to
Mhm.
like kind of just like and he's going to know that Gertold's not really screaming, but just to kind of get that gut reaction from him.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll. I'd say intimidation at advantage here.
Okay. Again, D&D Beyond. I hate you so much today. God damn. Good thing with advantage, hopefully. Holy shit.
His eyes sort of seem to like flick in the direction of this sort of where he assumes the sound of the disembodied scream comes from. You do notice Alex, he sort of like closes his eyes very firmly at that and seems to sort of like wait for a moment as if he's like listening to something, and then sort of looking defiantly at you again says, "Your tricks won't work on me. There is nothing you can do that will shake me." But you can hear like a little bit of wavering in his voice, Alex.
No, I don't think that is true at all.
And I think I do know what you want out of all of this. You want to leave this place, leave Craven's Bone, and spend the rest of your days with Gerthold. So
Is
you
that
care
correct?
about her. So you love her, yes?
He sort of seems to purse his lips at that, but you do see that his eyes sort of flit in the direction of Beacon when he says that, as if pondering the possibility, but he shuts his eyes again and his whole demeanor seems to harden just a little, as though he's waiting for the next thing that you're going to say.
In this stalemate, the way that things are right now, that's not going to happen. You realize that, right? The only way that you have any chance of experiencing that, of leaving this place, is if you cooperate with us, if you answer our questions. Because when we leave here, you're not going to be able to leave. That idea that you have of living out the rest of your days away from this place with her, it won't happen.
And I imagine that you would be quite interested in seeing the sun again. both the physical son and her as well, yes?
We can
Because as it
roll
stands right now, you will not.
a flat roll on persuasion, just because you're following up a pretty focused intimidation check there.
Fair enough. Persuasion. Persuasion. I don't know why D&D Beyond is not rolling the way it used to. Okay. Not great. 15.
She would want me to. And then he sort of purses his lips shut again, and then seems to, again, it looks like he pauses as though listening to something, and shakes his head slightly.
Hmm.
She would
Question.
not.
As...
She would
Sorry.
not want to leave. If this is to be our fate, then let it be together. But you can see again a hesitation in his face.
If
Really?
I see him like making that face again, like as though like he's like listening to something, could I try to cast detect thoughts on him?
Sure. Are you trying to be subtle about it?
No.
Okay.
Hmm.
Believes you just get to hear surface thoughts automatically, and if you try to
Yes.
push further,
Yes.
that's when there's a save.
Yep. So I
Um,
will just listen to surface thoughts, and then if I need to probe deeper, I will.
what languages do you speak, Alex?
I speak Celestial, Common, Elvish, and Giant.
You recognize sort of the vague and nebulous thoughts when thought with word itself seem to be in what you recognize to be undercommon, which is a language you don't speak. However, the sort of intention and the feeling that you get behind it is one of worry. And as you sort of listen, you hear another voice sort of seem to ring through the mind. A more feminine voice. And occasionally when the voice comes through, there's this soothing sensation that seems to wash over Hazan. But still the panic and the concern remains.
Question, Harry. Magic isn't supposed to be able to get through these cells, right?
The shackles stop them from casting any further magic on themselves or on other people.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, it was definitely something from before.
Do I get the sense, like, as I'm kind of listening to this, like, do I get the impression that there is, like, some type of spell that he is connected to her with?
Roll an Arcana check.
Because I want to know if Dispel Magic would work here. Oh, fuck, I keep on going back to D&D Beyond, even though it's not rolling for me. Watch, it's gonna be another fucking that one. Oh, no, not bad. Okay, 18.
You have a sense that there's some sort of magical influence. Exactly what kind, to what extent, that's far harder to tell.
Okay. Do I get the impression that, like, it could be dispelled with Dispel Magic, or not sure?
You're not entirely sure. It would be hard to tell. Some spells are easier to get rid of than others. Whether it's a spell or something else, it's hard to say.
Rowan,
Yeah, what's up?
you're able to identify if there are spells on someone or some type of effect on them, yes?
Yeah, it depends on what you need. I can like just visually detect magic, or I can perform a ritual if we need like the ins and outs of a spell.
There is some type of magic on him at the moment.
His
And
eyes widen a little bit hearing that.
do you want me to like look and see where?
Yes, and if it could be removed.
All right.
Do not want you having any further contact with her.
So Rowan will just first kind of try to take a cursory glance just to see what Alex is seeing. He'll kind of make a quick motion with a hand passing over his eyes, and I will use my um, magic initiate feature to cast detect magic on myself.
Taking a look over him, you see that there is magic coming off of the shackles that are bound by him, or bound. Oh, sorry, he is bound by, I should say. Um, Looking over him, you have a sense of a little bit of magic, but what really stands out to you is what appears to be some sort of um, like glowing sort of tattoo in his ear. It looks like, sort of like right around like the cochlea, around like the sort of shell of the ear. Um, you can see that it's giving off like a slight magical glow, and it seems to have a school of magic associated with it. To you, it appears to be a transmutation um,
Hmm.
spell.
Rowan's brow kind of furrows, and he'll walk a little bit closer to Azana and move around to the side where he senses the magic coming from. Kind of moves his hand in like a general area, kind of by his ear. Sensing some kind of transmutation spell or something right here in his ear, or by it, behind it, maybe. Does that help?
Hmm. It does. So it is some type of messaging, like what you can do, or what I can do to a lesser extent.
Yeah, that would make sense.
He looks between the pair of you a little hopelessly, and he says, "If she wants to stay here, then that's what our fate will be, together. I'll say nothing more."
But you are not even together here. You are alone. You cannot even see her. Do you think that she is truly interested in you? Like, from what I can tell, she has only been using you.
"You don't understand." She sort of. He closes his eyes and frowns and says, "You wouldn't understand."
What would I not understand? Explain.
"You've never had to fight to save someone that you love. I can help her. And if it takes everything I have, I will do it."
How are you going to help her from here?
He seems to look around a little nervously again at that and says, "You question her. You don't know her character, how she is, but I do. And if my silence protects her from whatever is beyond," he seems to look a little nervous again, "then I will have done something to protect her. And that is all that matters to me. So cast what you will on me. Harm me if you have to. I will say no more. Hold my tongue should I ever speak against her." He sort of looks down and shakes his head.
Then do not speak against her. Tell us what is so alluring about her to you. Because you are clearly under no enchantment magic. What does her
He
character like?
again sort of looks a little shyly or like a little confused at that and says, "She is kind and intelligent beyond all measure. Her very nature and its warmth is indescribable. Yet, there is more to her beyond that, beyond the outer beauty, the immeasurable sorrow." He sort of shakes his head. "She has seen things that you and I would balk at, and yet has still come out all the wiser and stronger from it.
Is that what you're trying to help her with? Because you don't have one of those things on you? He kind of points down to his midsection.
He looks a little shocked, slightly confused for just a moment. He says, "What do you mean?"
Well, well, you know, that mark that's on her, the thing that's wrong with her. Is that what you're trying to fix? That's what you think you can help her with? Or do you want one too?
It's it's a Go ahead and roll a persuasion check. Ron.
Okay. Not very good at
So cool.
this. 15?
Her her mark, you mean?
I'll nod.
She she's in danger. He sort of admits. And she needs to there are certain things she must do to earn her freedom.
Things like what?
He just sort of looks around and shakes his head.
Who is
The
causing this danger? Oh, sorry. Nope. Let him speak.
When we first came, she seemed so quiet, quietly, quietly afraid. She would spend so much time in the library looking around and trying to find something. And I knew that I could help her. She doesn't mean any harm to anyone.
I want to believe you. I don't.
I do as well, and we would like to
Yes.
help. If what you say is true, which it must be. So who is putting her in danger?
There are people who. He just sort of looks around again, a little nervously, and says, there are forces and people that hold her in their command. She knows this, though, and she has sometimes, in moments of peace, been able to tell me about them. I know beyond. Well, he seems really at odds as to how much to say.
I'll,
The
I'll
more that's
kind
oh,
of
sorry. Go ahead,
yeah.
Rowan.
Since I'm already kind of like kneeled down a bit since I was looking at him, I'll kind of when I see him stop, I'll reach out and I'll kind of rest a hand on his shoulder. Hazan, we do want to help, and I think that I can help too. I mean, I possess certain powers. I've seen things like this before. Maybe we could help her too, but you have to be honest with us. You have to tell us what's going on.
As he sort of looks up into your eyes, Rowan, he opens his mouth as though to speak, and you see his eyes sort of like quickly shut, and you see that he sort of hunches over and seems to let out a small sort of choked sound of pain, and as he sort of like rocks back and forth, you see that he sort of reaches his hands towards his head as if towards his skull as he rocks slightly side to side.
I'll kind of like snap my head back down. Can you get rid of it? Can you? It's that spell, whatever it is that's on him.
Oops. Um.
Alex will just
I'll step
kind of look.
forward, I guess, from where I'm standing on the back. I will pull out a sickle and I will chop his ear off.
Whoa.
What?
Alright.
No, no,
What?
You said get the spell off of him.
Boone, go ahead
I
and roll
don't
at
know.
advantage. Roll to hit at advantage.
Yes.
I don't know if it works like that.
Oh, I need to be in actions. Okay. That's 1. That's 2. Okay, 14.
All right, as you reach out with the sickle very firmly and decisively, Boone, you go to sort of like the uh, area of his tipped and pointed ear, where the magical enchantment that had been pointed out, you believe to be. And as you slash down, you slice off a whole chunk of his ear, which falls down onto the ground, and there's like a gush of his sort of purple pink blood. And as he sort of lets out a shriek and a yelp of surprise at that sensation. He falls to the floor, but is no longer sort of like rocking back and forth and crying out in pain. But you can see that there's like shock in his eyes, and there's blood sort of smeared on his face. And he seems to look around like genuinely panicked and disturbed as he looks at his surroundings. His eyes seem like out of focus and askance, and he's sort of like, you can see there's like a stunned look in his eyes just generally now.
Right. I will hold the end of my poncho kind of to where the wound is bleeding. All right, one of you healing folks.
Okay.
Right. I think Pekin will lean down and like kind of cut my hand over where his ear used to be, and I will use lay on hands. I'll use 10 points of my lay on hands.
All right, as you place your hands upon him, you see that the wound itself seems to stitch itself back up before your eyes. However, it doesn't regrow the tip of his ear that has been cast off, and appears to sort of, limp on the ground. Again, his eyes appear glassed over, glazed over, out of focus. Even though you're healing him, there is still some level of shock. And you can see that he sort of has a hand over his ear as if he's still trying to like block out sound, but his shrieking and pain seems to be coming from a different source now.
As this happens, can I look at the guard? behind us and see how they're reacting to this?
Roll an insight check.
Nine.
Looking out towards the guard, they're extremely implacable and hard to read, but you can tell that they are watching very firmly. You can also see that the guard seems to have like a hand, sort of like hovering over their own weapon as they sort of just stare very firmly into the cell.
Okay, I'll reach a hand out and I will just kind of like lower Boone's hand a little bit, like if you haven't put away the sickle yet.
No, it's gone.
Okay, it's gone. Okay.
She was staunching the blood on his head.
You can
Yes, I think it would
tell
be best.
just looking
Right?
over him that he seems like somewhat unresponsive at the very least for the moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So
Yeah.
I think we've done what we need to here. I'm just gonna walk out. Or you asked me let out. I guess. I don't know if we're allowed to just walk out of here.
As you approach the door, you do see that the guard, like immediately opens it and sort of steps to the side to let you all out.
I guess we'll leave.
I would imagine during this whole interrogation, really, Rykard was kind of very distant from the situation, kind of leaning up against the wall in the back, um, kind of giving Hassan a very, I don't know, hard to read, inquisitive, maybe a little bit disappointed look the entire time, but very silent and very uninvolved in the back.
Mm-hmm.
And as everybody leaves, um, he'll kind of pause for a moment and lock eyes with them before following everybody else out.
All right. As you sort of lock eyes with him on your way out, you. What does Rykard feel seeing seeing the elf like crumpled over in front of him, glazed eyes, sort of desperate look?
How does he feel, or how does he like look? How he feels?
How does Rykard feel?
Truly, pretty much indifferent. I'd say. Maybe just a little bit, little bit of empathy, but mostly indifferent.
As you all step out into the hallway, again, the guard steps to the side, allows you all to exit easily, doesn't even ask you what you learned. Just raises an eyebrow and gestures in the direction of the other cell.
When you were changing her, was there anything noted that was strange about her? Like her appearance?
The guard, again, sort of quirks a brow and says, "Though I was not the one to do so, there are many scars on her form. Seems to be one perhaps battle-hardened or familiar with pain."
Okay. Alex will kind of nod at that and just kind of like give a little bit of a look to Boone.
What?
Nothing.
As you move down the hallway, you're brought forth to Gerthold's cell. As you reach it, you can see that she is no longer looking down where she was kneeling, but rather staring straight on. There's a slight tilt to her head as you approach the entrance. You see that she almost seems to like crack her neck and her shoulders.
I think perhaps for this one, it might be better. I'm not sure what their plan was, Beacon, but I think it might be a bit more effective if we're just you and I at first.
Yes, I think so.
But Rowan, perhaps, since she is quite she has quite a bit of mental fortitude, I think it would be helpful to have that spell that you were talking about.
Oh, yeah. I can do that. It wouldn't last very long though. I would probably need one of you to link with me if we want it to last the entire interrogation.
What do you mean?
You know, like link with me. You know, like lend me your energy kind of thing. You've done that,
I
right?
have I have never done that before.
Uh, I mean, it wouldn't have to be you. If someone else has done it, right?
Blank stares, bud.
I can't say I know what you're talking about, Rowan.
But
Uh,
I would be happy to try, but I've just never done it before. We might need some guidance on your part.
right. It's like collaborative magic. We do it a lot in my coven. I thought everybody did a little bit. So yeah, it should be easy for you. It's kind of like what you do already, sort of where you can shape spells as you cast them. But instead of doing that, you sort of either open yourself up to other people's magical energies, however you want to view that, or vice versa. So I don't really know what it would look like for you. You might have to sort of feel that out. We work with the elements, so usually we will link ourselves with spirit energy tethered to each other, and sometimes it requires you to expend some of your own energy, sometimes you just sort of take part in it. um, but if you want to give it a try, we could do it. I would just need at least one person.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Please.
I we have to be inside.
Oh, right.
Hmm.
All right. Record and Boone, would you mind waiting out here, and then if we need you, or most likely when we need you, um, we could gesture for you to come in.
Or
Yeah, we'll wait outside.
Okay.
All right. As Rykard and Boone remain outside with the guard, the three others enter. The bars close behind you, and you all see with somewhat almost reflective eyes, almost like a cat when you sort of move light by them in the darkness. Gertrude sort of looks out towards all of you. Her room, similar to Hazan's, has a darkness to it, but where his had a slight bit of almost magical light that was coming off of the space around, just light enough to keep it all dimly lit. Hers feels darker, although at the same time you feel certain that there is no difference between these two cells. first enter, for just a moment, it sounds like she is whispering something to herself, but stops the moment that the bars peel back and close once more.
I'll kind of lean into Alex and. uh, Are we doing it like right away, or are you talking first?
How long does it last?
As long as you can pull it off, I can concentrate on it for up to probably an hour. We would have time.
Okay, then let us do it now, just to make sure.
She lets out a small yawn as she stares at you.
I'll kind of like move into whatever corner we can get so we're a little bit further away from her as I kind of talk to Alex. And so, basically, I'm going to begin channeling. I'll open myself up to your energy, and you need to reach out to me. Maybe focus on whatever it feels like when you cast spells or harness your magic. Feel it within yourself and try to reach out towards me and let me draw on what you have. That makes sense?
All right.
Okay, Rowan will he'll turn then and he'll kind of facing Gertie. He will begin focusing these faint wisps of spirit energy start to like appear and kind of phase in and out of existence, swirling around him as I take the magic action and initiate casting a circle spell.
All
All
right,
right.
and I want to make sure that kind of Gerthold might be watching as we're doing this, or at least in a position where at least she'd be able to see us.
Yes, the cell is exact
Yeah.
same in dimensions.
Okay.
Nowhere to hide.
Okay, well, if I see that you're trying to make sure that she sees, I'll step a bit out of the way. The opposite of what I was gonna do. So
All right. Owen, you want to describe what yours looks like first, or do we want to see like
um
how it works together?
yeah, as kind of he focuses and starts channeling. It's mostly kind of just this idle stage as these tendrils and threads of magic kind of begin this circular motion around him, kind of just in a waiting phase to see how your energy will mingle with his, I suppose.
Oh, this is
oh
so cool.
no, the energies are
I think like
mingling.
as the strands are they're visible.
Yeah, they're very
Yeah.
faint. You're closer, so you can kind of see them probably better than Gertie
Okay.
could.
All right. So, like, as the strands begin to take shape in the air and begin to kind of like encircle us, you'll see that the arcane orbs kind of begin to follow, tracing along like that path, like kind of lifting up into the air and orbiting around um, us, like us together. And you see that Alex takes out a hand. Um, the same hand that he writes with, the same hand that he has a tattoo. And you'll notice that he begins to like take some strands of the weave uh, that you're kind of sharing with him and form them like into shapes. So like using the weave almost like ink, and you'll see that there is like almost kind of like a blacky, like inky texture to write in what looks like it might be a script of some kind, but it's not necessarily in a language, if that makes sense, or any languages that you would know. And you'll see that in the darkness of the room, the glow that kind of naturally emanates from him stretches a little bit more towards Rowan. Very much feeling like when we were together in that moon chamber a while
Ooh.
back, like that kind of like soothing light feeling as the tendrils of like light and this kind of like inky darkness begin to like link them together.
Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, I guess then as Rowan starts to actually feel that energy from Alex becoming one with his own, he will focus on the spell at hand. I will kind of reaching his left hand up towards his face, like I'll kind of use one of my sharp tiefling teeth to just pierce the tip of my thumb, just enough to draw a drop of blood. And as it kind of smears on his finger, he'll quickly draw a little arcane symbol into the palm of his right hand, kind of extend that out towards Gertold, and I will cast Bane with circle casting, choosing the prolong effect. Not really too sure if I can link this. Maybe I can. Yeah, so he'll kind of hold his hand out, and all of that energy that is charged kind of between them and around them, kind of focus into his palm, igniting the sigil that's on his hand. He'll say, "With my blood, your luck shall wane, sundered by a witch's bane." I will attempt to cast it on her. It's a charisma saving throw still.
And
Okay.
as Rowan says that, our voices kind of mingle a little bit. As Alex, knowing that Rowan often uses like little incantations, will also say, with spell cast from head to heart, our magic will not falter until we part.
Rowan's giggling inside, but he's trying to lock in.
All right. Bane is an enchantment. Okay.
I will I will use my reaction to attempt to silvery barbs.
14.
Okay. That just fails. That just fails.
All right. As you send forth the energy from the spell that you have cast, what does it look like as it sort of crescendos or crashes into her?
What is she wearing or no, what is she wearing? Sorry, what are her like chains and stuff?
Oh my god.
I know, oh my god. Like her can you describe her
What's her rack
bindings
look
again?
like? What's her cup size?
My bad.
She afraid?
So she presently is she has the same sort of style of shackles as Hazan did. Just like very small cuffs of silvery sort of coloration, covered in runes with like glowing orange crystals on them. You do also see that there's like spiked, almost like metal type collar that sort of connects her wrists or her hands, which Hazan did not have, and you have a sense that part of that it might be to limit her mobility.
Hmm.
She is wearing sort of like this like soft, white, sort of faded linen robes, very similarly to what Hazan had been dressed in as well. Her hair, sort of a long, wavy, brown hair, very thick, is sort of like sliced at one side, which you think maybe came from the fight that you had had with against her the day before. Like chunk of her hair sort of cut right off, bluntly. You can tell that there are injuries on her, but they've all been washed clean. She doesn't seem to have any smeared blood or anything like that on her. Whereas the day before, she had been sort of, from the fight that you had fought against her, been sort of, she'd had sweat that her hair had been sticking down to and slightly smudged makeup.
Hmm. Okay, then yeah, as all this energy that's been building between Rowan and Alex is, brilliant whites and blues, this very powerful radiant energy, but as it kind of suffuses into the sigil that's in his hand, this dark kind of black inky energy shoots out towards her, and it starts to wrap around and kind of entangle with the bindings that are on her, and that kind of as it covers them, it starts to sink in more and begin to actually suffuse with her body and kind of just absorb into her as this kind of like, light curse, light hex takes hold.
As the magic sort of like covers her and settles into her, you do see her eyes kind of look down as if she's sort of just interestedly taking a look over. and a slight smirk sort of twinges at the side of her mouth, and she says something in a language that none of you sort of recognize. And again, sort of rolls her neck as though she's going to crack it and says, I expected you to, at the very least, try a little harder.
I don't know if she's talking to me or Alex, but Rowan will just kind of coming down from that spell, kind of brush his like, clothes off a little bit. I think they're just getting started. And I've moved to the back of the room with my back against the wall, just maintaining eye line on her and concentrating on the spell.
Alex will nod. And kind of wait for Beacon to kind of step forward a little bit too. And I'll get down a little bit closer, Gertold.
Yeah, I'll stand like basically like next to Alex.
I believe that we might have gotten off on the wrong foot yesterday. I think there might have been some type of misunderstanding between us.
You see what looks almost like a barely restrained smirk on her face.
Would you agree?
Go on. Please, try to show me how similar we are. She sort of looks towards Beacon and says, That's your game, is it not? Come in. Ask me all sorts of questions. Try to make me feel like we're friends or enemies until I break. I assure you I won't.
I know that you won't. But I do genuinely believe we might have quite a lot in common. And I think that there might be perhaps some shared overarching goals between us. And are we like like how are we positioned right now? Like she like facing the door?
Yes, she's sort of kneeling on the mattress that has been left somewhere near the middle, facing outward towards the hallway. So she's facing towards the door.
Okay. Is there enough space in here with just the few of us here to kind of turn around so that way my back is not facing the door and is like facing more towards her?
Your back is facing to, like you can just turn around.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is there space to turn
Okay.
around?
Yes, there is. Again, the
Okay.
dimensions are about 10 feet deep and then just under 7 feet wide.
Okay.
And the archway is built so if you were to look in from the archway, you would always see whoever was inside the cell.
All right. Then I will yeah, kind of like turn a little bit more towards her. And I will like pull down like the top of my clothes a little bit, not to like fully show her exactly um what is now on me, but like just to kind of like show her a little bit of it.
As Alex is looking away, Rowan and Beacon, can you both roll insight checks to see how she reacts to this?
Oh my god.
Absolutely. Inside.
22. Oh, I'm watching. I'm clocking.
Watching too.
I'm not. Beacon's just looking at Alex, actually.
Aw.
Yeah, he watched you do that gay shit with Rowan. Now he's like reading.
Always got to keep an eye out now. All right.
Yeah.
uh, Rowan, looking over her, you see she doesn't appear surprised. In fact, you see that she maybe looks a little more interested, but there's no shock, awe, and she seems to settle her reaction very quickly to look very neutral.
Interesting.
Does it look familiar?
She says, "That's what happens when you take things that aren't yours, little thief." And now you'll know. And now you'll learn.
Do you have the same affliction then?
She sort of just has a knowing smile on her face at that.
I already have a very good idea of what it is.
She shrugs in her shackles, as best as she can with the chain that goes around her neck. I was once just like you, little thief. I learned. It could be good to learn something new. It's what you take from the lesson.
I would agree with that. What is it that you learned?
Not to be a little thief.
Who did you steal this from?
She seems to sort of think for a moment and seems to shrug once more, saying, I didn't ask the name before I sunk my blade into them.
Fair enough. Were you tasked with retrieving this, or were you just interested in it?
In another life, a long time ago, I did what I needed to. I suppose I still do. But I'll never want for anything again.
You don't want to be free of it.
Why is that?
Who's asking their question first?
Sorry.
Rowan can ask first.
I don't feel the need to worry about one little crystal. You'll
Can
find.
I see if she's telling the truth when she says that?
Sure, roll an insight check.
Because that was not the reaction from last time.
Yeah.
17.
You don't have the sense that she's being entirely truthful.
Hmm. We're here to help you. As I said, we got off on the wrong foot yesterday. So, it would be better if you were to tell us the truth. You care about this crystal. Why? Why is it so important to you?
Why is anything important to any of us? She sort of rolls her eyes. Is this truly all you came to ask me? Expected far more exciting questions.
Let's start with these.
Perhaps if I answer a question of yours, you can answer a question of mine.
Kind of look towards Beacon at that.
Yeah, I'll look towards you as well.
I can't read the chat.
I mean,
I hope Rufus isn't here watching all this.
poor Rufus. If I think so. If that's what needs to be done, then yes, I can answer your questions.
What happened to my little sunbeam?
I don't know what you're referring to.
I think she means his arm.
Her eyes go over to you, Rowan. And she looks back at Alex and sort of tilts her head slightly to the side.
He's being contained in a similar situation as yours.
Hmm.
He he's in a lot of pain though. Do you know why he might be hurting?
Well, I'd hate to think that he's hurting.
Yeah, we tried to talk to him like we're talking to you, and he like crippled over. It seemed really bad.
Hmm. Well, I do trust that the guards of Brave Hollow would not let one in their care face such horrid and wretched pain.
I like
I trust that he was treated with all the integrity that your order has come to be known for, and that he was given due care with immediacy.
Yes, we did.
Go ahead and roll a persuasion check, Alex.
I'm so scared of her, but she's kind of hot too. Maybe it's also why I'm
While
scared of her.
while
16.
we're
Period.
What do you want to do, Beacon?
Oh yeah, while we're talking to her, I just kind of want to like, especially when we're talking about, well, while she's talking about Hassan, does she seem like actually concerned about him
Roll an
at
insight
all?
check.
Okay. Inside check. I don't know.
I wanted to ask a different question. When I was telling her that he's hurt, did she seem surprised at all by that? Or like, I don't know, she just didn't really like react.
Go ahead and roll an insight check as well, Rowan.
15?
She didn't seem surprised.
Hmm. You don't care about him.
It seems as though you're putting him in quite a bit of danger for someone who cares about whether or not he's going to get hurt.
Love is danger, little thief. Would you not charge into the fray for one that you care for?
It seems as though you are making him charge after you.
I'm not making him do anything. I don't need to. He's... She sort of looks around as if she's trying to think of the right word. I suppose what you'd call the sweet kind. Wants to be my hero.
Would you describe yourself as such? Or him?
I don't think he needs a hero.
Do you?
She just smiles knowingly.
Seems to think that you are in quite a bit of danger. Would you say that you are?
Oh, yes, a great deal. And she lets out a bit of a dramatic sigh. But aren't we all? I've been in danger for a very long time. And she sort of smiles at Alex as she says that.
Hmm. From what specifically?
You'll find out in due time.
This curse is what has put you in danger then.
Curse?
The mark on your
Yes,
back.
my curse. Exactly that.
What the heck was that about? What?
Yeah. So weird.
Does just not seem to view it as a curse?
It's hard to say.
You don't seem to think so.
Yes, my curse. It has me so very. It is. Hmm. She seems not super interested in your conversation at this point.
And do you think this curse is going to remain now that the shard is gone from you? Now that you are here in a cell, incapable of acting in service to whatever higher power that you have been serving?
Alex, roll an insight check.
15?
She does seem to have a visual facial reaction when you say the words higher power, but aside from that, sort of goes back to the stoic look on her face.
Like, a visceral reaction is like a bad reaction?
A visible reaction. She seems to sort of shift her weight, looks a little, not surprised, but maybe a little unsettled. Particularly the insinuation that she might not be able to do something involving it.
Hmm. You know, we met some other people who claimed to be working in service to a higher power quite recently. And I'll reach into my pouch, and I will pull out the coin with the symbol of the Star Eater that we found. Remembering that the profiteers had also mentioned that they were working in service to some kind of higher power. Does she have a
Oh,
reaction as I pull that out for her?
Roll another insight check.
Oh my god.
so
Give me a
many
nat one,
insights.
Harry. It's gonna be low.
Might
Fuck.
not be. Oh.
From what you can see, she does not seem to react in a um, particularly prominent manner, but she does seem to look over the coin as you take it out.
Do you recognize this?
No. But what a beautiful coin. Did you steal that too, little thief?
Alex just kind of smiles.
She sort
So,
of tuts with her tongue and says, "It's a bad habit to keep. Playing with toys that belong to someone else."
perhaps people shouldn't leave them lying around. Are them so easily taken? Or perhaps people that are a little bit more capable should be trusted to keep these things hidden from others.
Hmm. Hidden. Indeed. What about you, little thief? She leans forward from where she's kneeling. Where will you hide? She leans a little closer and says, they can always see you, you know. Do you think that only you can hear them?
No. But I am wondering what they are saying about you. How they are looking at you now.
Don't be naive. They don't speak about us. Don't be vain. It's not about you. And she starts to sort of mumble something to herself in a language you don't know, Alex. Leans back a little and closes her eyes a little bit. Seems again at ease and completely now, oddly enough, indifferent to your conversation. Back out in the hall, Boone, are you doing anything?
Not particularly.
As you stand there watching and waiting, the guard watching as well beside you, you notice distantly, Boone, that Rykard has moved back down the hall. You're not exactly sure when he moved, but it does come to the front of your mind after a moment or two. He's not standing beside you in the guard.
Can
You
I
can tell
see
that the
him
guard
far
has
enough?
sort of turned his eye to watch after Rykard, but has not stopped him. And you can still plainly see Rykard. He's back over at Hazan's cell.
Is he just looking through it, or did he go in?
Rykard, what does Boone see?
Um, he's at the front of his on cell. The guard has to let me in, right?
Yes.
I imagine he's asking the guard to let him in. But he's looking at you, Boone, and when he sees that you see him, he just holds up a hand for you to stop. So he can have his moment alone with Hazan, and he enters in.
Boone, do you choose to listen?
I'll let him have his moment alone, but I'd like to see.
All right, so you're going to move a little closer to Hazan's cell as well?
Yeah.
Okay. You move over in that direction. Distantly, Rowan, you can tell that the guard, as well as your compatriots, are not outside of the cell any longer. As you enter the cell, Rykard, you see Hazan is still sort of doubled over on the ground, curled. He's sort of holding on to where his ear was. You can see that there's a distant look in his eyes as he sort of groans a little softly in pain, but mostly seems to be letting out almost hyperventilating breaths.
Okay. I would imagine just before he entered in, he would flick on his necklace to make it really hot in the area around him. So, from Hazan's point of view, as soon as this guy enters in the room, it's uncomfortably hot. And is there a stool in the room or anything?
No. But there is one out in the hall if you want to drag it in with you.
Yeah, I'll have that dragging in with me as I enter in. And I'll actually pull it up pretty close to him and sit down. And takes a look at him for a moment, still quiet. And then he clears his throat and he says, I figured I'd pay you a second visit. just give you a second chance here. I don't think you really understand the situation we're in. Now, despite what my colleague did with your ear there, I hope you do realize we're on the same side in this moment. We were sent here to investigate, to ask questions, but most importantly, give you a chance. But the moment we leave empty handed, Gertrude's chances of getting out here unharmed are gone. Your chances are gone. Now, fortunately, right now, you both have the power to save each other. But that also means whatever harm comes to her comes from your inaction. And I promise you, it'll be difficult to live with what guilt comes of that because the next people that come down here to pay you both a visit, they don't care about how loyal, afraid, or silent either of you are. They're going to get answers. Now, you still have the power to save yourselves, but it's slipping away. And if you stay silent, you're not protecting her, you're burying her.
Go ahead and roll persuasion at advantage, right card. Or deception, whichever you feel fits better.
Let's do persuasion. 23.
As he looks up towards you, you can see that there are tears in his eyes, and you can't tell if it's from maybe the reality of what you said settling into him or the loss of part of his ear. You don't know, but he looks over you and says, You're not liar son.
What about it?
The librarian, is he okay?
I think you need to be more concerned about yourself.
There was a night about 3 weeks ago, maybe a little more. It was at season's end, back in Osem. We had gone out past the walls. She had told me when she was younger, before she came here, that she had spent some time in the care of some unsavory people. She had been the daughter of a merchant who had fallen into favor with some noble in the raiding empire. From there, fallen back out of favor. And she had told me life being to scrape by, finding help from nowhere. The free irons, there was a valuable gem, was what she had told me. It was being displayed at one of the museums there. She had sought to get herself out of that life. Saw it as a way to, well, a path to freedom. But what she didn't know was that that gem would... Other people were looking for it. She told me that she had to find answers to make herself safe. I wanted to help her. I needed to. I don't know why she needed the memories that she did from the hall, but I had been interested, you see, in that space anyhow. I had a friend who had just started as an assistant to one of the many archivists. They could get me access up there, but it seemed to me that she didn't know which memory she was searching for herself. So we spent time looking through and trying to find whatever it was that she was trying to find. And all the while, she had her paranoid dreams, voices, things chasing her. If she could just find the memories, she thought maybe there would be answers, a way for her to be free. But I always had the sense there was more to it. She needed someone to help her. And I knew I could be that person. If I could just see what she saw or know what she knew. I only held the gem once. She only let me once. If I can't imagine seeing that every night, but something changed in her once I had touched it and seen what she saw. She seemed less afraid, more sure. I don't know everything, but I trusted her. And I still do. She had a plan. We were going to leave here together. But she couldn't leave without the memories, and she couldn't leave yet. So she told me that Ambriel couldn't remember us, or he'd be blamed for what happened. She had magics that were far stronger than mine, but I just wanted her to be safe. Do anything for her. She just wants. She just wants to be free and safe. That's what we all want, isn't it?
I can relate to that. Free from what?
Some something. Voice. A darkness. It follows. She was seeking answers. She told me not to go looking by myself, but I found something in the libraries, in the Arajon archive. You can find it too. You're not Liar Song. You can go in there. And he looks to you a little more firmly now and says, I couldn't find all the answers to what it was that she was running from. But one thing. He says something out loud that you may or may not understand. Rykard, what languages do you speak?
Common, Draconic, Goblin.
The words he says are not in a tongue that you know or even recognize. But it sounds like several phrases strung together. But the sound is dark and twisted. The voice sounds almost completely twisted as he says it out loud, as though it's not coming from him. A collection of dark, low, almost droning like sounds. He says, the tongue is deep speech. That's all I know. There's a tome in the Aerodron archives. I think that I couldn't fully translate it. It's not something a spell can make sense. Not in common anyway. I don't know why, but no spell I used could help me understand the words. there was a tome she was keen to stay away from.
Where can I find it?
In the Arrowjaunt archives. The second floor. In the Hall of Heroes, there's a tome kept on display.
That's the one.
Gives a nod. I don't know anything more, but she's terrified. She may be safe in here from whatever it is that's trying to find her and follow her, but you see he sort of reaches for his head. I don't know. What was that terrible noise? Normally I can hear her, but all of a sudden I couldn't. And you see that he just sort of seems confused now.
You said she's terrified?
He nods.
Are you terrified?
For her,
Not for yourself?
not if it means she's safe.
Can I insight check that? Does that seem like genuine? Or does there seem like there's some kind of charm over this guy?
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
18.
As genuine as you think a person can be, he does seem less sure of it than he did before.
As he finishes his confession, the air in the room instantly gets a lot cooler. And Reichard kind of sighs, and he reaches into his bag, and he says to him, I'm going to give you 3 pages of paper. I appreciate what you've shared with me today. But if you think of anything else that may help you or Gertold's chances of getting out here any quicker, I would encourage you to write them down. And just like that, I'll hand them over, leave them with a little nub of charcoal, and I'll make my way out the cell.
All right. As you make your way back out, back in Gertold's cell, she stares, sort of empty-ish eyes, towards Alex.
I'll step back. Just kind of waiting, see if she's going to say anything.
She has this sort of distant smile on her face and what seems to be an almost knowing gleam in her eye. When you hear it, little thief, then come back. Then you'll know.
Oh, thanks. We don't really have time to be playing these types of games. So why don't you just tell me what it is that you've heard? What your plan was? Your motives?
She seems to rest back on her knees slightly and says, "Oh, but I have all the time, little thief."
See, I don't really think that you do. Because really, what are they going to do? Are they just going to let you sit here with this information? Somebody is going to come for you eventually. Something. Does that concern you at all?
She smiles a little at that. You really have no idea, do you?
You're supposed to be answering the questions. Then I will answer yours.
If I am freed, it is by my lord's hand. If I stay, I fear no pain. Either way, what have I to fear?
Okay. All right. Um, I think, yeah. Okay. I think this is what I'm gonna have to do. So first of all, I would like to use my bonus action to activate the innate sorcery. Um, Typical effects that happen here. The orbs kind of slowly drifting around Alex. The kind of glow in the room going a little bit brighter before immediately dimming. And Rowan and Beacon, you'll feel that the temperature in the room kind of immediately drops. And the shadows that are in this space kind of begin to stretch a little bit around us. The light turns into this almost like inky black shadow, very much like the shard. The light just kind of getting absorbed around it. Um, and she'll begin to feel the same sensations that I felt while I was in that kind of void space of things that might be crawling underneath her skin, of countless eyes staring down directly at her, exposing any perceived failures in this task. She'll hear the whispers of the people, but the whispers very clearly directed at her, even though they are nonsensical, clearly speaking about her. And I'm going to cast Fear. heightened. At her. So she will need to make a a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage. Wisdom saving throw at disadvantage, as this kind of
Okay.
effect is kind of beginning to happen and kind of fill up the room, like in this like cone of energy here.
All right, for her, it'll be a flat roll.
Okay, it is an illusion spell.
Yep, but
Okay.
it's fear that you're trying to cast, right?
Right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So it will be a flat roll with Bane.
Okay, so Bane subtracts from the number, correct? And she has a plus 21.
Ooh, I will have to silvery barbs that.
Did you? Oh, who wants to roll the d4? For Bane?
I
I was
can.
like,
I
I'm.
You can roll it if you want,
yeah.
Rowan.
Oh my, yeah, I
Roll
was like,
D4.
I was like, but yeah, don't forget about Bane.
Who's getting the advantage for that?
Minus
Four.
4, so 17.
17 would just meet it. So I still need to do silvery barbs.
Plus 17.
-4.
All right, so with 13, you see her eyes seem to widen slightly, and you see that she immediately begins to look around as if extremely terrified of whatever it is that she seems to think is in the room with you. As her eyes widen, you see where she seemed a little like stoic and almost placid. She immediately appears like agitated. She's looking around. You see that she begins to rock ever so slightly on the ground, or rather like back and forth, sort of where she is on her knees. As she looks around, she begins to speak in a tongue that none of you know, but it sounds like she's asking like a question of the walls around her. And after a moment, she's sort of like scrambling from her knees, sort of like shuffles to the back corner of the room where she seems to panickedly be like staring out towards the walls. And she continues to sort of like murmur and mutter to herself as she stares around.
No. See, focus on us. You see, I don't think that you believe that you are insignificant. People who generally are as defiant as you tend to view themselves rather highly.
Back in the corner where
But
she's cowering Alex, you see that she sort of seems to curl slightly into the corner as if she's trying to use her arms to hide her face from whatever it is she's feeling and seeing. And she yells out towards you, "How are they here?" She then calls out, "I have done nothing but serve you," and continues to then mumble in whatever language it is.
and you have
Towards you.
failed in serving them. And you will have accomplished nothing with yourself. You will still be chained. You'll still be tethered here, useless to them. So, you will tell us what we need to know to help you. What were you planning on doing with the Pact of Kassarian and those memories? I'll ask you again, what were your motives? And who exactly were you working for? Or this information vanishes with you, and everything you have worked for will be for nothing.
She says, "No, I am safe here. This place is safe."
Clearly, it is not as safe as you thought it was. Whoever that you fear can penetrate these walls, find their way here.
She looks around in fear and in desperation. She begins to almost she clings her hands together as though like clasped in prayer, and begins to just mutter something to herself.
Hmm. Can I make out anything of what she's saying?
It's not a language that you understand, but the voice that comes from her as she speaks the words does not really sound like her own voice. The uh, language itself is um, almost offensive to the ear, and as you hear the words, there's like a chill that racks you once more.
Shiver a little bit, but keep this up. I guess I'll try. I'll point the wand at her. And I will cast command to tell her to confess.
All right, I'll say she'll have a flat roll on this rather than her typical advantage here. Command is wisdom.
I believe so. Yes.
13.
Fail. 11.
All right. All right. She sort of, um, where she's curled over. What is your intention when you say confess? What are you trying to sort of pull from her?
My intention is to get her to confess the questions that we were asking, the information that we need, that Captain Everson had asked us for. What are her motives? Who is she working for? What is the big scheme in all of this? What is the big picture here?
Mm-hmm. She sort of, in the corner where she's shaking, looking out towards you. Is there a save on fear? Repeated save.
Yes, there is a repeated save, but since I used Heighten spell, it's going to be a disadvantage for her again.
So flat roll.
Yeah, flat roll and then with Bane. Let me just double check that. Oh wait, no, hold on. So if the creature ends its turn where in a space where it doesn't have line of sight of you, it can make a wisdom saving throw. So she has to not have line of sight of me.
Where she is in the room, she sort of somewhat quietly says, I took the memory from the arrow jaunt. This does not concern any of you. Then she sort of like mutters to herself, but you, my lord, it will be back with you.
Which memory did you steal?
She sort of squeezes her lips shut at that, and um, looking around almost blindly, like she sees something. She then sort of grits her teeth and says, you will see. You will feel it too. And then who you will come to? Me. You will suffer as I have suffered. You will suffer as we all do. And you will see the truth of it.
if you want the suffering to end, then you need to tell us more about how we stop it.
She begins to say something, Alex. Again, that weird sort of prayer she'd been saying, and you see like this look of calm begins to wash over her. But there's still, despite the weird calm gaze that she begins to have, you can still see that she appears a little disquieted, and where before she had been just like a shaking mess for but a few moments there, she appears a little less so as she speaks and says, "The pact fall. Chaos will reign. And from those ashes, my lord will come again. And you will see. You will see it is not voices over your shoulder. It is not just something writhing under your skin. She closes her eyes and sort of continues to mumble to herself, Alex.
Do I get the impression there will be any more useful information coming out of her at this point?
Potentially, but you have a sense that something has at least steadied her resolve.
Yeah, and at this point, fear only lasts temporarily, so I think the room is also, like, back to normal for her as well.
Mhm.
Well, if we can expect this lord to be coming again, you can tell us at least who he is.
She locks her eyes with you, Alex, and says something very clearly in deep speech once more. A long series of words, none of which make clear sense to you. You don't speak deep speech, right? Right, Alex?
No, I don't. But could I try as she's speaking them? Like, I'm not sure, like, if it shares a script with any language that I know.
It's not really like a
Or
written solid language in that sense.
okay. Could I try to like write down the sounds then, like phonetically?
You could try to sort of memorize what it is she's saying to you.
Okay. And I guess with my like general knowledge maybe of like religion or history, is there anything that I know of that might be referred to as a lord and has a connection to I don't know, wherever deep speech is spoken. I know usually like aberrations speak deep speech. I'm not sure if it's
Astoria,
gonna
maybe?
you're playing. Potentially, maybe. That's what I mean. So like, have I heard of anything called like, or you know, just like a lord who will like rise from chaos and ashes?
Roll a religion check.
I'm not so good at religion, but I do have advantage from silvery barbs. Oh fuck, I gotta do roll 20 again. Okay, advantage upped a little bit, 14.
You know that there was a time when aberrations had effectively flooded the world during the anomalum. And you have a sense that whatever motive she has is likely somehow tied to an aberration. She could be a cultist, potentially, or so heavily impacted by the item you took. It's hard for you to necessarily say. You do know that Rowan had mentioned that there seemed to be some sort of mark potentially on her somewhere on her body as well. Um, Similar to the energy that sort of fell over you as well. As she sort of settles herself back down, um, again, no longer seemingly as terrified, but rather very rapidly back to sort of her stoic, almost calm self. She says, "You will see." You will hear it.
Yeah, Rowan, if you want to say something, want to speak up.
Oh, I don't know. I guess yeah. I'll just since that was my thought, I'll say that out loud. Hearing her ask or say to Alex that he'll hear it, he'll speak up. But do you still want to hear it, or have you just accepted it because you don't think that there's a way out? What if there was a way out? What if we could help you?
The only help I need will come in the hourglass when he calls me home, when my mission is fulfilled.
What about your life? What about the future that you want with Hazan? Does that exist when you're called home to fulfill whatever it is that's asked of you?
My life is his to do with what he wishes. We are all nothing.
It all sounds like a lie to me, Gerthold. The truth is freedom, and it's real. I may not be the most powerful, but I've already been able to stave off some of whatever connection that you have to this person. Given time, given understanding, I could remove it. I know that I could.
You are weaker than you think. She closes her eyes. As am I.
You don't seem very much like the person that Hazan spoke of.
Foolish little ray of sun. Once he realizes everything he's done, he'll be as broken as any of us.
As broken as he is, the one thing that seemed strong in him was his love for you. He spoke of you like someone he cared about, like someone that was still good, someone that was scared and wanted to change. Is that all a lie?
He was a useful tool. Pity he didn't throw himself in front of you to let me leave.
Can I insight check? Does she seem honest, or is she
Yeah, I was
trying to
curious
Yeah,
what
I
that
kind of
means.
want
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead and
Also
roll insight
insight.
checks.
That's too far, Gertie. That's too far.
21 twinning.
Ooh.
Oh.
You have a sense that there is a level of truth to her words and a coldness about the way she speaks about him.
Mm.
And pity again that you were able to cut a connection.
A pity indeed. You can't to be able to hear the words that you're saying about him after he spoke so highly of you.
He loved a story. He loved that he could be strong. He could be of help. He is nothing.
And what about you?
Weaker still, it would seem.
So it would. So your plan here is just to wait for your lord to come and break you out once he is free?
For whatever fate befalls me. I would be no freer if I told you every thought in my mind. Once the one you report to knows, I'm dead anyway. But I'll be relieved of this form and be of service in another way.
Well, I hope you're at least a little bit more capable in your next form. because it would really be a shame to meet up again and not have a worthy adversary.
We won't be adversaries. And then she falls silent. You have a sense now, Alex, that there's likely nothing else that you'll get out of her.
Yeah, I figured. All right, I'll kind of look towards Beacon and Rykard.
Rowan.
Or sorry, yeah, Rowan. Sorry.
Oh my
I
God,
said
Bro,
Rykard. Oh,
He's
fuck.
thinking of so many other men.
Oh
Oh
my
my
God.
god.
Oh
He
my
can get him
God.
back.
All right. Yeah, I'll gesture to the guard. As long as Rowan and Beacon don't have anything else they want to say.
No.
Yeah, no, I'll just kind of stand up from where I've been kind of sat and give her like one final look of disdain, and as I look away, I'll drop the spell. Those little wisps of inky black energy will kind of lift from her skin and then dissipate.
Alex just kind of like rubs a hand, like over his face as we get like escorted out. Are Rykard and Boom back by now?
At this point, yes, they've actually been back for a little while.
Okay.
Okay.
As the guard sort of allows you to all reconvene in the hall, are you planning on staying in the prison or are you planning on leaving?
Um,
I would imagine leaving, right?
yeah,
I would
I
say.
can't even
Yeah.
think of the reason we're staying.
Yeah, but I do want to see what the guy with green hair, like if he's still like watching us or doing anything differently.
Oh, I forgot about him.
The guy with the green hair is watching you all out in the hall and seems to like be looking with a keen and interested eye. But as you all head back out of the rooms from where you had been sort of questioning the individuals and reconvene back in the hallway, he does go away from the door.
Should we like go back to one of our rooms to talk, or where do we go now?
I think that would probably be best. Talk,
Yeah.
share information that we learned, and then prepare a report for the captains on what we learned.
Yeah.
Right. As you return back as best as you can, one of the guards returns to that central sort of area with you, asks you where you would like to go.
The initiate's chambers?
The guard sort of firmly walks forward to one of the glowing archways, puts a hand out, and very clearly states where you are going. And you all feel yourselves tumble and take a step and suddenly appear right at the steps leading to the initiate's chambers. As you do, let's take a 10-minute break.
Oh boy,
Uh,
that was a lot.
Yeah.
hmm
To the common, or sorry, not the common area, the common rooms for the new initiates. As you return to your rooms, do you all gather up in one space?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
You find the common
I think
areas
so. And
seem to
keep an eye out.
be the common area seems to be fairly quiet. You don't notice anyone that seems to be lurking about or paying mind to you.
See, I don't trust that though.
I was actually wondering, should should we go to the rooms instead of like the common area?
I think we were just walking through the common area to get
Yeah.
to our rooms.
Okay,
Oh.
okay, cool, cool, cool.
I walk into Alex's
Whose room we go
random.
into?
I was like, when we all walk to the
Yeah.
door.
Oh, walking into our room? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Why does it smell like that?
Voicemail.
Voicemail.
God.
Ugh. All right, so you head back into Alex and Beacon's room. As you enter their room, again, empty. Doesn't seem to be anything of particularly of note. But the events of the day, the few hours or so that you spent with the interrogation, you find that some answers have been found, and yet some questions yet remain. What would you like to do as you all gather back in their room?
Alex just kind of takes out his notebook and starts writing down like the information that we've gathered so far. What we have and what we still need. So I actually have not taken very good notes, unfortunately. But
I don't blame you. This
maybe
is
we could all help each
crazy.
other out. Yeah, this has been kind
Yeah.
of crazy. I've been kind of focused on this. So maybe we can help each other out a little bit. What have we learned so far?
Well, I guess regarding Hazan, we know like his motive was primarily like romance. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, out of character. Yeah. It kind of in character as well. We'll be doing this, but like, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I will be Beacon.
Kind of like a mix.
My apologies. Yes, we know that his motivation is mostly motivated by his romantic feelings for Gertrude, and he wanted to help her. It seems like whatever curse is on her, she's frightened of it and wants to be free of it. At least that's the perception that he has.
I mean, y'all know what I know.
Right. We were able to get a little bit more information out of Gertold. She does indeed seem to be working for something or someone called that she only referred to as her lord. That might be an aberration of some kind. But it is very likely connected to the shard that we are carrying. And I don't know, it seems as though she is kind of working against her will, but at the same time, also she is kind of butt into it.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of got the vibe that she was, trying to like ham it up a little bit to seem a bit more cold or callous, but I wasn't really expecting her to say what she did about Hazan. I imagine there's at least some truth to what she said. He's useful.
I mean, I think there was, yeah, that, he was mostly a tool for her.
I'll kind of turn and look towards Boone and Rykard. When I was in the back of the room, I saw you both walk off. Did something happen, or you hear something?
Yeah, I went to go have
Look at
another talk
Rykard.
with Hazan.
Oh, you did. Did you learn anything?
Yeah, he was a little more open with me. Cut to me 15 minutes of filling them in.
That was beautiful. Yes, took away with
Period.
words. The prose was excellent.
Yeah.
Felt like I was
Um,
there.
Yeah.
Okay. So what did we gather from that?
Well, it sounds like there's multiple shards or something of these crystals, and she's terrified, and uh, she's needed those. She needed those memories to. She's trying to piece together something, like I guess like their origin or something, or more might be. Um, he told me about a book that she used to avoid in the library over by the statues that's out on display. Uh, they seem to be maybe connected, like they can hear voices, maybe each other's voices, at the voices of their lord. Uh, he's a lot more into her than she is into him, seems. Yeah.
Did you get any more idea of who she might be working for?
It was all really vague. Um, he was very spaced out, it seemed. Seemed like every time he got close to saying something, his head trailed off somewhere else.
And the book is something to help us figure it out or understand something.
Possibly. Um, it seems like she avoided it though, so I'm not sure if that's something that, you know, would help her mission or harm her. I don't know. But,
Well, we should
You
yeah,
figure out
said
what it
that.
is anyway.
yeah, I agree.
You said about 1 year ago. Uh. Wait, no. When she was younger, before she came to Brave Hollow, that she stole the gem from a museum in the Free Irons. I feel like that's a pretty newsworthy event. We might be able to like trace what their telling of the artifact that was stolen was. Maybe
That's a good
That's
find
point.
any
true.
Yeah.
paper trail on that.
Yeah, perhaps there
Has to be.
is like news about it, or someone had heard something, or
Or
many
some
people
sort
from
of report.
Song go to the Free Irons. Perhaps they know something of it.
Yeah.
It might help us like trace it.
And where did she steal from the Free Irons? Was it like a museum or a
Sounds
collector
like it,
collection?
yeah.
I was on a
Museum.
museum.
Yeah. You seemed a little bit more open when it was just us talking, so I left him a few pieces of paper to write down anything that he could think of.
And as for Gertold, she does seem to be at least genuinely concerned about whatever it is that she is working for. Oh, she mentioned something about when the pact falls. Something
Right.
about
The
her lord will
the
come and
pact
chaos
falls.
reigns. Does anyone
Oh,
have any idea what that could refer to?
is that the thing y'all are looking for?
Not quite. We're trying to protect the Pact of Kassarian, but this is maybe a different thing. The Pact Fall. I was thinking that maybe they needed the Pact to cause it. Maybe I'm actually not 100% sure.
I
Well, if
thought
the pact fell, then the chaos would most certainly reign, because then at least two nations would be at war.
That's
that's
true.
that's kind of what I thought she meant when she said that. Um,
But they also did not speak much about the pact at all. So it was like kind
They're
of
more.
secondary.
They're much more concerned about the memory.
Were you asking about the pact?
A little bit, yes.
Every time we
They didn't
ask,
really
they kind
answer.
of, yeah.
uh, we all have like approximate knowledge of the pact, right? You know, like it's like our 9/11 type shit. You know, like we know
Yeah,
about it, but
it's
weren't there.
it's
Whoa.
it's a very
Whoa.
famous thing. It stopped like basically it really stopped like the Raiding Empire and the Halichthonian Empire from like basically burning the whole world down, trying to see who could claim the most stuff, who could expand the most. So it basically made both of them get caught in a really huge standstill, and it is like well known that people are always trying to get their hands on this thing or destroy this thing because of whatever reason. Like it's a lot of people want this thing gone because it's the only thing that's maintaining like a general world peace right now.
Well, I don't know. Unless I'm missing something, it doesn't seem like we have much to go on other than maybe seeing what's in this book. If there's something to explain what they're working for, some kind of aberration or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, I think that we should investigate this book.
Alex, you mentioned a report that you had to write
Mhm.
for that guy. Are you gonna write all this in it?
Yes. Oh, like the pertinent information anyway. Like I wouldn't, write anything that was not relevant.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
I mean, I said it before. I don't like that guy. I don't trust him.
One thing that I am a little concerned about, less about the pact and everything, more about you. Um, I know I was kind of like playing it up a little bit, like I could, you know, definitely help her or whatever, and I'll try. But she didn't seem very confident that that was something that could even happen. Does that mean that whatever's going on with you is gonna be like a problem?
I don't know. I certainly hope not. We have caught it early, so perhaps we can handle it early. What you did, it did have an effect. So perhaps, it would be worth also speaking to someone else, and getting another opinion on it. But yes, it should. We should definitely remove it as soon as possible.
She also said that you're going to start hearing things like she does.
Yes, she did.
It just seems very bad. I don't know. I'm worried.
Yeah, I will not lie. I am quite concerned about that as well. But I trust that in the meantime that at least that we are aware of it, so we know what to look out for. And as these things happen, I would let you know. But perhaps it could also be a way to learn more information about them as well. If we cannot get rid of it. I mean.
You want to like see how connected you get?
Not ideally. But if there were to be a connection, then you could learn a little bit more about what exactly is going on, perhaps.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's worth the risk, Alex.
No, I agree. It should absolutely not be plan A, B, or C, but if there is no other choice.
Well, I mean, who would you ask about it? Like, if we had to ask someone today?
I don't know. Do I don't know, he's so hard to read. Do I get the impression that Everson would be upset if we asked, like, someone from the Vermilion Crest about this? Or, like, if we brought this up?
You're honestly not entirely sure. It's not
Yeah, I
really like you
know.
know him
I know.
very well, but you have a sense that like some level of discretion is expected. To what
Yeah.
extent, you're not entirely sure. Whether that's just hiding why you're trying to find information, whether it's you have to find it all yourself, you don't know yet.
I mean, you're working with one right now, so obviously they're gonna know something about it.
I'm sorry, Rickard, what do you mean?
Me, you're working with me, Vermilion Crest. So
I understand.
some of us already kind of know about it.
Well, yes, but do you plan on, like, alerting everyone about it?
Not everybody, but if we need, resources from Vermilion Crest, they're gonna know about something.
Oh, well, yes, they will know about, they will need to know some things, perhaps, but, as for, like, actually telling, like, who... I think the safest person to probably explain this to, it might be... Yeah, I know, I want to say I trust my mom, too. I want to say I trust Vera. I know I can trust Vera, but no. I don't even know if she's around. No, it might just be, the people who are already aware of what is going on, and if we are already having to write about these types of things in our report, then perhaps it is the captains of Liar Song.
The captain's a liar song, the one of whom hates your guts and the other of whom runs the secret torture dungeon we just left. Those captains. There's no other options.
I mean, if they found out that
begging
you, had some kind of connection to these two in the form of whatever that thing is on your back, are they gonna like lock you up too?
Oh,
I mean, we'll visit you.
Why would they do that?
Because you got some kind of connection to this dark thing that they do as well. I don't know.
I feel like if anything, Alex hasn't done anything against the order or to do
Not
anything to harm
yet.
anyone,
Not yet.
and there'll never be a yet. He never
Well,
will.
I'm sure consciously he wouldn't.
Gertrude did say that if she were to come back in a different form, that you both wouldn't be adversaries, or I think she was talking to you, Alex.
yeah, I did get that impression as well. That, that something might be trying to, or something might eventually try to influence me to work with whoever she is working for. I have not felt anything of that kind yet.
Insight check. Not actually.
So, Was what we learned today helpful for you two, or like what do we do now?
I
think
think it might be worth. What other questions do we still have that they wanted to know?
You don't really know specifically if there's anyone else involved or like what
Mm.
the actual desire beyond getting this one specific item was.
Well, bringing back the Lord or whatever it was that she was talking about seems to be a desire. And there do seem to be like other people who are working,
Yeah.
but working towards it. But I think we
It
could
seems like none
probably
of those.
we'd
Oh,
probably
I was
spend
just saying,
a little bit more about who it is that
yeah.
she is working with.
Also,
And
if it's not the thing, I don't know if like it doesn't seem like uh whoever's working with or Gerthold and his honor working for, they don't seem to have any more ties to Brave Hollow, so that's something.
that, do we know that for certain?
I guess that's for certain, but it didn't seem like any of their plans involved anyone else in Brave Hollow. Yeah, except for Everson.
Yeah, clearly he's in on it. That's the only explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In those memories or memory that they were trying to take. Sorry if we talked about it and I forgot. They did get away with that, or
That's true. We don't know where that is actually.
Yeah, that is still unaccounted for.
Is-
I
It
forgot
could
about that.
potentially
didn't
be like in their room, or it could be
when
yeah.
you
No, they could have stashed it away somewhere.
when you did that thing to her, I thought she said something like she was talking to someone like that. Like, did she say that the memories or what she took will be with her lord? Like she already sent it off?
Did
No,
she say
she
that?
said no. She said hold on, I'm
Like
checking my
I thought
mom's
she said something
ballot.
like "it'll be with you, my lord" or something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah. She said yeah. She said like when she gets it to him, then
Oh.
however those memories pertain to the pact and like it's being taken.
Okay. Okay.
So perhaps it has not been sent off yet.
We also did chase them like directly leaving the library when they took the memories.
We did, but they could have had time to stop by elsewhere. There was a little bit of time in beforehand. But then, where did the memory go? Because it was not on their person.
That's a good point.
Is it the kind of thing that like if like could she have absorbed it or something? Like taken the memory and now it's like her memory?
I don't actually know like how these memory things work. Do I know how these memory things work?
To the extent of your understanding, they're basically just like orbs that you look in and gain like the knowledge of the memory that was within them. They're not like single use items. They contain the memory for as long as the orb is intact.
Okay.
So she could have looked and then destroyed it, you know, so but I guess that would
Yeah,
mean
but
if
we know that she
she's
destroyed the other ones, and then she did
Yeah.
not destroy that one specifically.
True. Well, and she doesn't seem bothered that if she's gonna die, so I guess if she had this memory that they need, it wouldn't make sense for her to not care about
Well,
dying.
cause she was disappointed about like failing her lord or whatever.
Hmm.
So whatever her assignment, like her task was, she didn't achieve it.
Yeah. But perhaps there are more answers in the book. Perhaps we had asked, say, Samos and Oriana, in the Vermilion Crest, to investigate the room a little bit more. Perhaps they have some more information about the memory that was stolen and the ones that were destroyed. I think it would be best to perhaps go to the Arrogant archive and try to find some information there.
Well, did you want to get your situation checked out first?
Do I feel any different?
Not at present.
No. I think I should be okay for the time being.
Are you sure, Alex?
I am fine. Nothing has changed since this morning.
Mm.
So, are you planning on going to share what you've learned with Captain Epperson? Are you planning on going back to the Aerojon archives, or are you planning on doing something else?
Personally, I think we go to the Arrogant archive to see if we can get a little bit more information to give him. What do the
Able
rest
to
of you
read the book though.
The book is in the Hall of Heroes, which is a slightly different area, but around the Aerojon archives.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
but-
He did say that we can't read it, though.
Yeah, he said like no spell that he could use like affected
No
it.
spell that he could use allowed him to understand what she was saying.
Oh.
So comprehend languages wasn't cutting it, which is why he wanted to use the book and she wouldn't let him.
I see.
Okay. So would accessing the book be helpful right now? Like would that actually give us any more information for Captain
Yeah, that's what I'm
Epperson?
wondering.
Yeah, I imagine it would. The question is if you want to give your report now, go see the book first and then do the report, or if we want to like Baker Act Alex and usher him to urgent care.
I'd love to usher him to urgent care.
Oh, I'm sure you would love to usher me. Carry me.
Oh.
Urgently
No.
care for him.
I'm leaving.
I would love to.
Oh, they're
But
fucking.
I guess, okay, well, I guess if we can glean more information, then yeah, let's see if we can go to the Hall of Heroes.
Yeah, like at least try to glean something, because, yeah, I feel like we need a little bit more.
Yeah.
Okay. You set off to return back to the area of the Vermilion Crest where you had been the day before. As you make your way back over, with Rykard at the lead, bringing you back down these strange, twisting halls with swirling colors that confound your mind, you return back to the area filled with grand statues of the heroes of yesteryear, the Shrike Syndicate, as well as many of their other compatriots and allies. You find that this area appears to be more heavily guarded than it did the day before, and you can see, like, floating above in the air, what appear to be several wizards. Some are casting what appear to be intricate abjurative spells up in the air above. You have a sense that security is an ever evolving thing at Brave Hollow. People seem to constantly be trying to circumvent it in some way, and as such, new solutions are always needing to be come up with. As you move through this area, you can see that on display in many different cases, as well as set upon walls and other places, are a number of different items of interest. Whether or not the real ones are kept out for public display as such is harder to say. As you move deeper down the winding, confusing halls, eventually you do find your way back to the Aerojaunt archives, this grand, elegant space filled with different statues that summon forth spirits of knowledge and wisdom. There are about a dozen people clearly here at present, and you do not see Ambriel, the one who sort of helps tend to this area, the archivist who tends to this area. However, you're somewhat familiar with how to get to the other floors. As best you recall, you do need to be accompanied by someone who is an expert or an archivist in this area, and you have to have the ability of flight to move to the floors beyond. how do you plan on navigating up to the next area?
Um,
Any ideas?
Just finding an archivist and asking them.
Well, flying.
how did we do it last time? I feel like there was a lot of
You can
spells.
levitate.
The spell was
You
cast.
you,
I
you
can
can levitate the beacon
levitate.
with your boots.
Yes,
Uh,
I got that.
I can fly up. Boone can fly up. We might need to summon Freya again.
Alright. I will summon Freya, and I will spend a first level spell slot to turn her into a giant dragonfly.
Do you ever turn her back from the dragonfly?
I think I've only ever done the spell to change her. So her base form has stayed an owl. I've been using the spell to change it from an owl, so.
All right, she appears as a giant dragonfly.
Wait,
So
so
we
we
need
just
an
need an
archivist?
archivist now?
You do eventually find Oriana and Samos, who had been investigating the area the day before. You notice that Oriana seems a little more focused on the task, while Samos seems to be moving what seems to be um, several strange metal and intricate rods, um, as though they are useful in some way to the magic that he might be able to possess. Oriana is able to bring you up, but as you can recall, you went beyond floor number 2 before. Are you planning on stopping at floor number 2, or are you planning on going back to the Hall of Memories?
Floor number 2 is where the book is that we need, right?
That is what you were told.
Okay.
Yeah.
Figure we go there first.
Yeah,
Mhm.
is there a way to get to floor number 2 from floor number 2 to floor number 3 without flight? Like, is there stairs?
No, it's all flight.
It's off flight? Okay.
It is all flight. Yes. You have a sense, Alex, that that's probably part of the protection here. Is that flight is not exactly the easiest thing to do. Of course, lots of people can do it, but it's not the easiest thing. As you all prepare to go upward, Oriana gestures vaguely for you to follow after her, and with some ease, the detective is able to fly upward into the air. She sort of looks over her shoulder towards you and says, "So have you figured out this whole grand mystery yet?"
That's what we're working on right now.
Definitely have a better idea now than we did even yesterday.
Well, always better, every day. It's all we can really ask for, isn't it?
Yes.
As you move up to the second floor, it appears slightly different from where you had been and seen before. Looking around in this area, um, you can see that there appears to be several statues all around, but this space that is made primarily of stone and has low lamp lights and candles, you have a sense is primarily a place where archives related to different historical events or major events or specific tomes and texts are kept, places where they cannot be so readily accessible or easily damaged or grabbed by others. Not as easy to access as the sort of grand library that you had been to before, the one that was more publicly available to all members of Brave Hollow. You notice that there are tapestries that line the walls detailing historic heroes of yore. You see battles between dragons and humanoids. You see battles between giants and other gargantuan creatures. You see what appears to be a moving island that is also a turtle fighting against a small goblin with a harpoon gun. You see uh, that there appears to be battles against demonic and angelic forces. But none of that really stands out to you. Rykard, you were told about specific text that could help you. How are you trying to go about finding it?
Well, it was in a display case, wasn't it?
You were told it was in a display case.
So I guess I would look at those first. Look for display cases.
All right. Looking around, you see that there appear to be about 5 different display cases that have tomes in them. They all appear to be of different age and variety. Some more weathered and used than others. You notice one, though, um, that stands out to you. Amidst the other tomes, you notice that all of the books are closed, and this one is as well. But what stands out to you is that this tome appears to be um, blackened, as though it had been scorched, and yet still remains fully intact. It looks like maybe somebody tried to destroy this at some point in the past and was unable to do so.
Okay. When we get closer to it, uh, does Alex seem to act any different?
Alex seems, for all intents and purposes, to be himself.
Okay. Just keeping an eye out. Um, I'll walk over. Is there any kind of plaque on the display case? Any kind of explanation of what it is?
Looking at it, it appears to be called, based on the small plaque that is at the front of the display case, written in Celestial, Elven, and Common. You see, it is called Eeler's Understanding.
Gotcha. And are we still being escorted?
Yes, Oriana is staying with you.
Gotcha. I'll ask Oriana. What's in this book?
That's not a tome that I'm particularly familiar with. I wish Ambril was here to give you more of a full picture, or perhaps one of his compatriots, but, well, she waves that thought away. If it's here, it must be cleanly connected to some historic figure of importance. Ila. She sort of drums her fingers on her chin like she's thinking. People have never really been my point of expertise. In the historic sense, that is.
Could I try to think of anyone that might have been known as Eeler?
Yeah, go ahead and roll. Rowan, I'd say that
History, I
you
assume?
might know too. Yeah, history.
History?
Yep, history.
16.
20.
You've both heard of a researcher about 30 or so years ago who came originally from Victazol Unitas and uh, worked together with a number of other inquisitive minds, particularly wizards, from across the world to try to create a device that would allow them to reach out into the stars and potentially explore the worlds beyond this one. You believe that this text is probably written by someone named uh, Eler Kazaraj.
Eeler Kazaraz, does this line up with what I might know about the Zove sequence collider, and like, does the timeline match?
For the timeline, it's hard to say. This person was primarily active about 30 something years ago. As
Yeah.
for the Zoth sequence collider, you don't know very much about all the people involved, as most of them have been largely rebuked, or people don't tend to try to claim credit for what was involved there. And many of the names of the people who were directly involved have been scrubbed from history. If not, then the people who are involved are likely dead or died during the anomaly themselves. With that being said, the name does stand out to you as being potentially related in some way.
I'll kind of turn to Oriana. How old does she look?
She appears like she could be in her 40s.
And like, is she like human?
No, she is a tiefling.
Tiefling. Right, right. She's tiefling. That's right. All right. Oriana, how long have you been at the Brave Hollow?
Only a few years, but I have do consider myself to be quite worldly.
Right. I think this Ealer was working on some type of device to reach the stars, and I was just curious if you might know if that might have anything to do with the Zo sequence collider, as I know that people from Brave Hollow were involved in destroying it.
She looks like suddenly extremely serious when you say that. And she sort of looks around as if you've said like a really offensive or bad word. She grabs onto your shoulder and she says, "Don't be so loud with that, young man."
Is it not common knowledge? I am sorry, I did not know that we were not allowed to speak of it.
She looks around a little bit. There are one or two other people up here. They appear to be bookish, vermilion crest types. They seem to be primarily focused on whatever it is that they are doing and not really on what you're saying. But as she looks at you, she says, "Yes, it certainly was a matter that was handled by Brave Hollow. But there are many people here who are sensitive to the topic."
Okay. I'll just kind of nod a little bit in understanding, looking like a little bit sheepish, like he really didn't know.
Is this a book you're interested in?
What? Sorry.
Is this a book we should take a look at?
Perhaps if it might have any relation.
I'll
This
look
is the
towards
first
Oriana.
one. Should we keep looking?
Do there seem to be a lot more books?
There are 5 books total. This is the one that stood out the most to Rykard. If you'd like, you can look around at the other ones. However, this one is likely the one you're looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because that's the only one that we know is at least
Gotcha.
related to Pascal. Yeah, yeah, I think this one's probably our best chance.
Awesome. Can we take a look at it? I'll look towards
Oriana looks
Oriana.
a little bit nervous. Roll a persuasion check, Rykard. She
Upon
says,
seeing her look nervous, I'll say, it looks like it survived much worse than a few curious people. I guess. 24.
"All right." She looks at you a little suspiciously, but says, "Is this strictly related to the case?"
Yeah.
She nods slowly, and you see that she sort of raises a finger to say, like, "Just 1 minute," and you see her walk away. A few moments later, she returns with one of the people who had been wandering about in the area. you see that the person reaches for what appears to be not a key, but it looks almost like a wax seal. And they approach the case, do a series of complex gestures, apply the wax seal to the glass itself, and you see that almost as though gravity stopped impacting the different parts of the glass. They place the seal upon it, and all the panes of glass fly outward. Oriana gestures towards the book and says, "Please handle with gloves," and takes some from the attendant. "And keep this book here. It must stay at this floor, right next to this case."
Ready?
You see that the attendant who actually opened up, um, like the case, looks very confused as to why you're looking at this text and says, "Are you particularly interested in matters related to uh, the stars?"
Not particularly, no.
They look extra baffled once you say that.
Just something we've been tasked to look into.
They look over at your two Lyre Song dressed compatriots and sort of clear their throat and give a short, curt nod. "Just don't damage the text, please. It's one of a kind."
Did they hand me gloves to hold the book?
Yes, they appear to be like made out of an like leather, or sorry, like not leather, but a soft fabric.
Gotcha. I'll put them on, and I'm assuming they hand me the book.
Hmm.
I'm gonna fake real quick, like I'm gonna open it up and crack the spine, but I'm actually really gentle with it.
You see both Oriana and the attendant both seem to freak for just a second before the attendant lets out a audible sigh of relief.
We'll be gentle with it.
How long do you intend to spend looking at this book?
This is in a language I can read, right?
It appears to be written primarily in common.
Okay. Uh, how long of a book is it?
It's like massive.
Oh shit. Okay.
Perhaps there's like an index that we can use.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there an index? Is there something we can cut to the chase with?
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay.
Could I help Rykard because I'm trained in investigation and I'm looking over his
Yes.
shoulder?
Rykard, go ahead and roll at advantage.
Alrighty. 17.
17. Rykard, you take the tome over to a nearby sort of standing desk that the attendants follow you to. As you look through, you can see that most of this text is scientific in a manner that doesn't intrigue you at all. A lot of things about meeting with specific people in the scientific community, different ideas that were postulated, different techniques and methods, and a bunch of arcane sigils and mathematics that simply do not scratch any sort of itch in your brain. But eventually, you do find a section um, wherein it appears to be more of a journal rather than a scientific journal. And it seems to be like a gap or a lapse in this actual tome. Um, you can see that at some point, Eler was effectively writing that the easiest way to be able to learn secrets as to how to approach the stars, how to go into that great unknown, would be to reach out to the unknown and see what insights could be gleaned. You see strange notes of attempted communication and attempts to chart out a language of some kind. And in Ealer's communications, you have the sense that he was able to reach out to not like aberrations similar to those found in the deepest portions of the Underdark. It wasn't illithids, but something else. It's not so unusual for aberrations to be odd and new and unknown. Within that, you see that there's a not necessarily a dictionary so much as something of an index of some words. It appears to be primarily phonetic and loosely translated, but there's something about being able to gain meaning through understanding. A simple ability to ascribe the correct vague meaning would open one's mind up to understanding far more, almost as though a single branch in your knowledge would allow suddenly a whole tree of knowledge to blossom in your mind. So, making one connection would allow you to make thousands of connections. Being able to understand only one word would allow you to somehow, beyond all reason, understand thousands. So Eler has a list of some random words that would allow that connection to be established. You do notice that there are sections of the book that are ripped up or shredded, and you do see that there's a part where it looks like Eler had written something. You can see the indentation in the page beyond, but you can tell it was torn from the book at some point. And this book appears to be just too old for you to tell exactly what was originally written.
Could I take down some notes if I am like looking at this with Redcard and like investigating this with him? Could I take down some notes on some of those words?
Sure, Alex. You see several words. You
I see
see
words.
you see the word for book or the sound for the word book. You see the sound for the word heart. You see the sound for the word mind. And eventually you see the sound for the word moon. And as you look over that strange phonetic garble before you, pieces in your brain fall together like a puzzle. Suddenly, it all feels like it fits together in your brain in a way it just didn't a few minutes before. You feel old. Not cold in a winter chill way, but cold in a vacuum of nothingness kind of way. As you begin to comprehend what you're seeing before you, you put together some of the words that had been said. From what you had put together before, or rather what you had heard from Gertold before, springs meaning. Alex, I'm going to send it to you, and it's up to Alex what he does with it.
Let's go.
No, Alex isn't allowed to be the big bad.
Might be too late.
No.
All
Oops.
right, Alex, you should be able to see it in your journal here.
Oh shit, I was looking at Discord. Okay, hold on. Gertold's speech.
As you read over it yourself, Rykard, some connections start to form in your mind, but nothing so solid. No, nothing so concrete, but you feel you have a slightly deeper understanding of deep speech than you had before. You do think that further exposure, at least to this particular brand, might form those connections in your own mind as well.
Oh yeah. So that that like word that Hazan said to Moon, that just sound like a bunch of like weird sounds and stuff. Are any of these like sounds and words that I'm reading now like matching or helping me figure out what that is? What that was?
One that he said to you, you have a sense likely meant star.
Okay.
You have a feeling with even just slightly more exposure, you might form the connections as well.
Gotcha. I guess I'll just keep reading.
As the pair of them read through, are the rest of you doing anything?
Does any change come over them from our perspective?
Roll an insight check.
14.
Looking over Elixios, there seems to be some sort of like dawning realization. Rykard appears to be at least interested in reading what, to all intents and purposes, Boone looks like a dictionary to you.
Seeing that Alex is having an epiphany, can I try and see what he's looking at and look at it?
Sure. Looking over his shoulder, again, to you, it just looks like a dictionary more than anything. You actually weren't in the room um,
Yeah.
when Gerthold was speaking.
So it just looks like a dictionary to me.
It effectively looks like a dictionary, like a dictionary with squiggles and bloops beside it.
Cool. Boone is so confused.
Yeah, you see that
Uh,
Alex is just kind of writing some things down, very focused, not entirely like unusual, like for him. But he is very focused as he's kind of like recording this.
yeah, I'll look over at Rykard and Alex. Anything? Does they say anything about this Lord character?
Not that I could tell, not yet at least. Just
Hmm.
a lot of words.
I can make out a little bit. It doesn't say much though. Uh, question, Harry, about this. Do I know what an hourglass sea might be referring to? Is that like common knowledge? Is that like
Certainly not common knowledge.
not common knowledge?
Go ahead and roll a history check at disadvantage.
Yeah, figured. Oh, still pretty good. 23. Let's go.
There's lots of places that have different seas. Hourglass Sea to you sounds like maybe somewhere with a lot of sand, like in an hourglass, or somewhere where that time has affected strangely. It can mean a few things potentially. You know that there is, of course, the Crystal Sea, which is the name of one of the deserts down in well, in the Kestal Ecosi area. There's also an area that could be referred to as Sea of Time, that's right off the edge of Victusol Unitas. Could potentially be referring to somewhere maybe in Boscoliot, there are some areas that have turned to deserts.
Okay, I'm thinking of two. When you say Victazol Unitas, I know that's I don't have the map up right now, but I'm imagining I remember that's close to Bascoliat. Is
Yeah, they're
that
across the water from each other.
okay? Is that sea like kind of like closer to Bascoliat, or is it like on the other end?
It's the two ends that face towards each other. It's between the two.
Okay, the two. Okay, so it is close. Okay. So likely either that, or I'm also thinking the Astral Sea, because of like with time and stuff. Maybe.
Hear that, guys? You're going back to the astral.
Going back to the Astral. Let's go.
We're gonna go pick up Olive.
No.
With Olive's is the god.
We left something there. Gotta go get it.
With
Also,
Olive's
Cerulean
is
is
the
still
god.
floating around there.
Yeah, we'll finally save Cerulean.
Just like
God.
last time.
So like last
We
time.
leave him in a different dimension and then leave.
Okay. Alex will just kind of shake his head. Has something to do with some kind of sea, maybe the astral or a sea that is nearby.
Are they the hourglass sea?
Yes, that is that is the only mention that I can think of for this lord. Described as an unheralded star, potentially. This is referring to something else.
Is this in the book?
No, this isn't like in the book, right? I'm just like kind of like getting like the information, like from
It's
I'm
almost like
remembering what you said, right?
Is
Yep.
is Alex saying this out loud, or are you just like
I'm saying like some parts of it out loud. Like you heard
okay,
him
okay.
say the hourglass sea, something about an
Mhm.
hourglass sea, something about it being described as potentially this lord is being described as an unheralded star in the hourglass sea.
Oh, okay. I see. I see. I see. The
So fundamentally,
hourglass.
he's just talking to himself weirdly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you did ask.
Okay.
But was there any other information in the book other than this? Kind of look over to Rykard, who's been reading a little bit more.
Give me a second to catch up.
The only other thing that stands out to you, Rykard, is a mention of 6 stars. You see these tenuous, vague pictorials. They appear in like the middle of what appears to be some sort of mathematical diagram. And you notice that the diagram appears to be mapped over um, the world proper. You notice that one of the stars seems to be um, mapped over Boscoliot, and another star seems to be mapped right over the Spitfire Fields, in an area that strikes you as very familiar. But you tear your eyes from the page. Don't let your thoughts linger on that for too long.
Bunch of maps. If I start flipping through the book some
Maps
more,
of what?
I'll show them on the pages. All over the place.
Okay.
No significant pattern, at least for
Yeah.
now, seems to stand out to you, Alex.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't think it would.
Keep flipping through. Is there anything that stands out?
as you flip nearer to the end of the book, right in the final pages before it begins to switch back over to talking about mathematics as if nothing else had really been discussed, you do notice a few other words that stand out to you. Not because they stand out to you as being written in deep speech, but rather you recognize some words. You see a few names, but among this list of 6 names, one stands out to you, familiar, and you feel your blood both chill and heat as you say it. Written out phonetically, it seems, but clear as day. You see the name Ashuriel among a list of 6 other, or sorry, including that one, 6 names.
What are the others?
You see Zadkiel. You see Anael. You see Ramiel. Azuthiel. And Oromiel. And I'll write all those in the chat.
Appreciate it. I had no idea.
Thank you.
They're listed out. Is there like a reason they're listed out?
The names appear to be written in the margins a few pages away from the previous map that stood out to you.
Gotcha. Gotcha. I'll try and write those down too. I'll look towards Alex. Are you gathering anything from this?
From what you are reading, no, I don't recognize any of those names. Do you?
No.
You're writing them down then because you think they are important?
First time I've seen names really in the book.
Is that true?
It seems to
Harrison?
be the first time that names are written in the book, yes. Aside from earlier on when there was discussions of specific members of the scientific community, but it does seem like a weird place for names to show up.
Okay. All right, well, worth looking into who these people might be.
I would agree. You see him kind of
Okay.
put the book down and take a break for a second. It seems like he reaches for a cigarette, but now looking at the two, what do you call them? Just archivists. He decides not to.
Probably good plan.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So what did we learn from this book? More words.
I didn't learn much, but I don't know
Learn
what
how
you
to
learned.
Speak like deep speech or something.
Yeah.
What did we learn? I don't know what I learned, honestly. Like, I really, like, I cannot tell you what this means.
Let's go ahead and share.
Mhm.
Take a hit.
I'm not sharing in here.
Mama,
You
I'm
got the best minds on the
scared.
case. This book, it's bound. How is it bound? Leather.
It appears to be like leather, yeah.
Gotcha. And I don't know. I guess you said it was partially burned. There were pages torn out. Um, does it seem like there's a page that was opened, like most frequently? Like it's yeah, like most frequently.
Roll an investigation check.
Okay. 17.
Taking a look through, you have a sense that one of the pages that has been torn out was likely the most used, but you do notice that the one with the map appears to have like a lot of smudges on it. That makes you think that um, this was likely the page that was used most. Additionally, you can also feel that um, the um, like page itself, oddly enough, feels heavier than all the other pages.
Okay. Does it seem like it's like made of like a different paper or like material?
It just feels thicker to the hand.
Okay. This map that has the smudges on it. This is the one of the which one? Spitfire Fields.
The one that features the Spitfire fields, yes.
Gotcha. Any are the smudges random or are they over particular places?
They appear to be present mostly at the edges of the page, like somebody's hand was maybe resting on it.
Okay. Gotcha. Can I make a really, um, bare bones sketch of the map page?
Sure. You make a very bare bones sketch of the page.
Cool. Along with that and the names. Alex, is there anything else you want to take a look at?
If there's nothing else of note, then no. It would be nice to come back and take a look at some of the science behind it, but probably not today.
Gotcha.
It require a little bit more time.
I'll hand the book back. Or take it over to the display case, either way they want it.
You bring it back to the display case, and immediately the archivist sort of quickly takes, like, puts it all back on its like display pillow quickly, and then seems to seal everything back up with a series of intricate spells and also the sort of like stamp at their side.
Gotcha. I'm keeping the gloves.
They look a little annoyed and hold their hand out, expecting you to hand them back.
What if I need them again?
And I'm sure you'll be able to procure another pair.
All right. You got it. I hand it back.
All right, to the third floor.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mhm.
Want
All
to get
right.
another dragonfly?
Yeah, I might also need a dragonfly too, actually.
Freya can make trips.
Or we can make trips. That's true.
Girl, you didn't even ask her. This is what I'm saying.
Y'all didn't even ask. Y'all demanded. What do you mean?
I don't know who y'all is. I said nothing.
All right, so you make your way back up over the course of a few minutes.
Yeah.
And as you do, you find the place slightly clearer and less shattered and destroyed than it was the day before. You have a sense that Ormiel and Samos have been not only in the process of investigating the area, but also cleaning it out.
If Oriana's
Orion
still
wants
with
to.
us,
Yep, she's still with you.
I'll ask him. What did you find here? After we left.
Well, one thing that we found that was far curiouser than we initially thought is that several of the memories were actually reorganized. She sort of gestures with a snap in the direction of some of the orbs. Rather than all of them being taken that we initially thought, some of them were destroyed or reorganized so that they would look else. They would appear different than they actually were. Beyond that, we noticed this, and she gestures for you guys to follow.
Yeah, I'll follow.
Follow.
She points at a carving underneath one of the pedestals where several of the orbs appear to be missing from. It
What's it look
stands
like?
out to you, Rykard, as looking similar to those strange sketches of those stars. It appears to be almost a four-pointed, simplistic etching of a star, with a sunburst-like shape behind it, almost emanating off of it. Or sorry, a five-pointed star, not a four-pointed star.
Gotcha. You see him kind of hold a little piece of paper that he has in front of it, kind of comparing it. The hell?
No,
Are they the
what is
same?
it?
Pretty damn similar.
Sorry, is this a wooden carving under the pedestal or like attached to the pedestal?
Carved into the base of the
Oh,
pedestal
carved
in a spot
into the
that you
base
wouldn't
of the
be able to
pedestal.
see it. Almost like a medieval graffiti carved in.
And is the memory that was here still here, or was this one of the ones taken or destroyed?
It's a spot where several of the memories were taken at the same time.
On one wooden pedestal?
Yes, ones that were all kept on the same pedestal.
Oh, okay. So I assume one pedestal, one memory. Okay.
Several of the memories that were all from the creation of the inception of the Pact of Caesarion have been reorganized to appear to be missing. Granted, two of them, or rather, yes, two of them are. Sorry, one of them is missing, while one is still here.
What one is missing and what one is still here?
The memory that came from Verilith, is gone. However, the one from Lord Firebrand is still here.
Hmm. And the others that were related to the Pact of Caesarion, are they still here?
They are just all scrambled and reorganized. None of them match the way that they ought to.
And what about the memory of the anomalum? Is that still here as well, or is that still missing?
That one is missing. Though I have a sense that, beyond what we've already spotted, more of them potentially have been tampered with, reorganized or replaced with duds, as it were.
How long will it take to ascertain this?
A day or
Exactly how
two.
much is? Okay.
The process of inspecting memories is not as quick as it might seem. It's not as simple as casting a detect magic and seeing if glass was left because, well, whomever did this was wise enough to that trick that they were able to effectively put false programs here. Red herrings, as it were.
That is understandable.
One
And you
other
mentioned a
memory
reminder? Oh,
that is
yeah.
key is missing. A memory from somebody who is in attendance at the end of the Zoth sequence collider's time. She gestures a little awkwardly. A memory from one of the heroes that was able to destroy it.
And sorry, you said that was also, that has also been removed or
Yes,
destroyed. Yeah.
it has been removed. The ones that we can confirm are gone, have not been replaced, are not amidst the destroyed ones. Are the memory of Verilith from the Pact of Caesarians um, creation, a memory from the Anomalin, as well as a memory from when the Zoth sequence collider was destroyed or broken or stopped.
Mm. And do you have any way to reliably trace these memories to see where they might be, where they might have gone?
Well, it's possible to do so with a locate item spell. However, one must go beyond simply asking where the memory itself is. One must be very specific in using them. That spell, I should say. Otherwise, it might, well, default to this space here.
I'll kind of look towards the two druids who who have been helping us locate things before. Is that something that either of you might be capable of?
Is a memory an object?
These ones are, because they're like orbs containing
It's an
memories.
yeah, it's an object containing memory.
Not today, but I could.
Yeah, not today.
I fear that they're likely already gone beyond our reach at this point, unless they still yet remain somewhere in Brave Hollow.
There's a chance that they are.
Is there any way to, like, is there any easy way for people in Brave Hollow to send objects very far distances here discreetly that they might have used?
Discreetly, well, beyond the teleportation circles that connect to each of the lodges, I am not so sure. There is a post service run by Lucan, however, discreet is perhaps not the way I would describe it. And indeed, the Tabaxi, she sort of taps at her eyebrow like she's forgetting his name.
Infectious.
Ambaxius, yes. Ambaxius also runs something of a delivery system, but, well, I could not
I
guarantee
understand.
that any of those methods would be particularly secret.
Right. Has there been anyone else besides the two people we were discussing earlier uh, who might have had access to these memories that might have caused some concerns, security issues in the past recently?
Well, dozens.
Dozens.
Well, dozens of people who have access. Security concerns is another matter entirely. One that members of Lyre Song that are higher up in the brass would likely have more knowledge of than myself.
All right. Because I'm not sure about you, but would you find it unusual for people to be able to move these memories around in such a way, only two people in such a short amount of time? Did they have access to the hollow memories for that long?
Well, we believe that they had access over the course of several days at the very least, considering the state of Ambriel's memories. Ambriel's found himself in the infirmary deep within the grotto of Deadwood. It's being tended by a medicine there.
Is he doing all right? Is it just his mind after what happened, or is there something else?
Well, the mind is a mystery that takes time to heal. Although the spells may have been lifted and alleviated from him, it will take time for his brain to be able to consolidate the information that he thought to be true with actually what was. My guess is several people must have been involved to do this. And
Mm.
though dozens of people a day pass through this area, it is not so many that, uh, well, we don't typically get crowds here, if you understand my meaning. Beyond that, well, beyond that, there's not that many people on this island, but there are hundreds of members of Brave Hollow off site, out on missions, completing work in other places. Generally, it's typically people who are involved with the operations of the day to day who remain here, and new initiates. I was going to inspect the symbol that was left here myself, but that's when you all appeared.
Perhaps we could help with that somehow?
Yeah, you have any leads?
Well, currently I'm wondering if it's some sort of marker so that someone else knew exactly which memories to grab, considering the reorganization. Perhaps it is magical. I've yet to use detect magic, but there is a chance that whatever magic was used here perhaps was triggered, and this is all that remains of the magics left.
That would be good. Perhaps Roman, I know you were able to detect magic in the area. If I could I kind of get a closer inspection of the carving itself and like how long it might have been there?
Roll an investigation check.
18.
Looking over it, the carving appears moderately fresh, but you also see like blackened marks around it. You don't have a sense that the carving was made with like a dagger or something else, but rather almost scorched lightly into the surface.
Does it? So it's different from the marks that were left in the like docent spirit statues on the other floor.
Slightly similar.
Hmm.
Okay. So they used some type of fire to this, but it was quite precise. Can I see around like how long ago it might have been based on that?
That's hard to determine as it looks like it was not natural fire.
Okay.
Maybe someone takes a look to see if it's actively magical.
Yeah, that's what I was asking Rowan.
Oh, sorry, I was waiting for you. I'm sure if you guys are still looking at stuff. Okay, yeah, I will spend a first level spell slot and I will cast detect magic.
All right. As you take a look over it, you have a sense of some sort of transmutation magic being at play. Although it appears to have primarily faded at this point.
My first brow, it looks mostly faded, but I do see some transmutation magic on it.
Out of character, is transmutation the ones that like let you teleport and stuff? Or is that conjuration? I always get those mixed up.
Conjuration. Yeah, conjuration is teleporting. Transmutation is usually like I think more like communication or changing things.
Yeah, communication or changing.
You notice it's conjuration magic.
Oh.
Oh my god! Right as I fucking finished writing transmutation, I'm gonna fucking read
I was gonna
that.
say like unless I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure though.
Guess who else confuses them all the time? Just
Oh
because
mean,
like
use the same
message
mind,
is
Harry.
transmutation and it feels like whatever, it doesn't matter.
yeah.
I agree. Like, I feel like it should be
It's okay.
transmutation, but whatever.
Some of the spells don't have the right school magic, I think.
Oh,
Anyway, it's conjuration magic. Conjuration.
sorry, I mean conjuration. They look kind of similar.
So, so if it was some type of conjuration magic, perhaps that is how they transported it.
Makes sense to me.
We just need to find out where to.
Would you be able to tell um by the carving? Do
If
the
we,
carvings match different places?
could like an identify spell tell you what? Well, it could tell you what spell I suppose was there,
Yeah.
if there is any, but it might not tell you where exactly it was going.
Um. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how much that would help.
Yeah.
You have a sense that whatever spell was cast has been like it lapsed. It is
Yeah.
no longer
Yeah.
present, but you can tell like that
Yeah.
was the school that was used.
Yeah. All right. So wherever it is potentially long gone. Uh, are there people? I can never remember. Does scrying let you um see objects? I know we don't have access to it, but maybe someone does.
I think scrying is people and
I think it's
locations.
location.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's people and locations, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
not items.
Darn. Damn, I always hated that about scrying. Make things so much easier. I could just
Yeah, but that
scry
could
on an
also be
item.
against us, so.
That's true. I mean, what do we have that people want to scry on? Nothing.
Our thick, juicy butts.
Who is
True.
our?
Here's
Who
an
is
excellent
we?
point.
Correct.
You're right,
True.
you're not
That's the
included in
location.
there.
Girl, you at the bottom of the list.
I forgot about the lips.
Okay. So yeah, turning to Oriana. So these were most likely transported somewhere already, and the magic has already faded. Is there any way that you have of figuring out where they might have gone?
The objects themselves. Well, there is a network of less than savory types that might have an inkling. The types that keep an eye on black market deals and tradings and the movings and going ons. They operate out of the Free Irons, but there are some in our organization who work closely with them sometimes.
Any who stay here?
She sort of takes a moment to think. There are some that I can think of, yes. Snaps their fingers and says, "Ah, yes. There is somebody who would know, at the very least, who you could contact. Their name is Kabolta Gur.
Ah,
They're an investigator from Liason, your own order."
hmm. Yes, we've met. Good to know. All right. Is there any other questions that the people have about this area? About the memories, or?
I guess while I have detect magic up, I just like take a little walk, see around the area. Is there anything else that I noticed that maybe was missed?
Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
I'm not good at that. 16.
Taking a look around, the only other thing that stands out to you is that um, new obturative magic feels like um, the new obturative magic appears to have been cast over this space to try to make it more secure.
Hmm. Okay.
So, is there anything else you would like to do in this area?
Not that I can think of.
Not that I can think of either.
Yep, nothing from me.
All right. So, as you all head back down to the Aerojaunt archives, you find that there are both more answers and more questions. Are there any next steps that you would like to tackle tonight?
I got this list of names, so I guess see if we could find some books with those names in them.
Yeah.
All right. You have a sense that trying to investigate and find more information on these different names, it might take some time.
Yeah.
Potentially even a concerted day or two's effort in the actual library and throughout the other archives present. Do you intend to share any of the information that you have gained with Captain Everson? Or are you waiting to have a more wholesome or fulsome picture?
That's the thing. I'm just like, how much more of a full picture are we
He
going to
did
get?
it. He did it.
He did not.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
he
he did
did.
not.
Yeah, I
Mark my words.
think
Soul
we've
read.
got I think we've got everything for like a full picture, or as much of a full picture as we can get at this point.
Yeah, at the very least, we can let him know. We can check in and say like, where do, or at least let him know or ask him where he wants us to go next. Like, which thread are we pulling here? Because I don't know. I'm not talking to Gabaltagur. That guy was a dick. But yeah, I don't know. Do we want to talk to Everson now, or do we want to
I
wait?
feel like we should wait.
We should wait for what though?
Well, there's a lot of parts that we don't have. Like, we know it wasn't Hassan and Gertie alone. I mean, I guess there's not much more that we could add right now. It's more just like, do we want to take some time to like formulate exactly what we're going to be telling Everson?
And once again, I will be spending my time figuring out exactly what to say to Captain Everson before the next session. No, we could do that if we want to like take some time to think about exactly like what we would be sharing.
Yeah.
Well, like, because are you gonna tell him that you're cursed, or are we like leaving that part out?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know if we're going that far yet. Yeah, I don't know. This might be a good place to end it and then talk about it. I don't know.
All right, so we will end our session there for tonight, with the knowledge that you have a bunch more threads suddenly laid out and bare before you.
Jeez.
Really.
As if we didn't have enough already with the Eastern Outpost and shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
And the
speaking of Eastern
Archaics.
Outpost, Victorias Unitas, whatever that fucking place is.
Victazol
Uh,
Unitas. You can also just call it
Victazol
Unitas.
Unitas. I feel like that might be a threat
Fantasy
as well.
Greece.
Oh my gosh, Marco, you just scared me. Hi. You can't just come up and lick my toes. What the fuck?
Oh
Freaky
my God.
behavior.
I'm writing up a notepad right now, explaining everything that we've learned about this case thus far. I'll send it in a second.
Oh, period. Could you
Oh,
please send that?
Awesome. Thank
Yeah.
you, Madison.
Thank you, Madison.
Mm.
Yeah, no, we'll have to. Kezia will be back. Say exactly what we want to say to Captain Emerson again.
Ayo.
Ayo. When do we play again?
That's
Never
the
ever.
question.
That is the question. No.
I'm good forever. Until the 19th through the 29th, I will be in Japan, and so I will be gone from the 19th through the 29th. However, I am good next
Of May or
weekend.
June.
May.
Bye, recording.
Next
Bye, Craig.
live recording.